Let's hop right to it. I was playing a little bit of this. Actually, it's taking a second to find some. Let's refresh our missions. I was playing this a little bit off stream last night, and to set a low bar, I think this might be the best Deadpool deck I've ever played.
Enough said, bub.
Seriously? Hey, Touchpad, thanks for the 5 months. Thanks for giving me a crippling addiction to superhero children's card games. You know, we do what we can. Baka Nation, thank you for the over 2 years while we're still firing up. Good morning, good morning. A little bit of a skill diff to start the day here. A little bit punished for not teeing up here, but I'd like already set up the Nova here in the center. We just play the Carnage left here. Right on time, Mr. Poole. I think we're just vibing this turn. I'm gonna play the Deadpool over here, I guess. It mostly doesn't matter, Dreadfisher. Whatever works convenient for you. He's busy getting his tacos, yep.
Clear for takeoff.
I believe we have died. J Turbo Banana, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. I just realized the Taskmaster change makes Deadpool decks even worse now. That's true. That's true. Glad it's useful for you, right? Let's Iceman here, because if we get the opportunity to draw Nova before Deadpool is nice. Into TVA, I think we actually don't mind the Vibranium Mines. Ray, thanks for the third of the year. Welcome back. Ooh, that's a good one. Is that a Snapchat? Snap. It's a snap. That's a snap. To get Mr. Poole up to 3 points to start. Ooh, huh. I think we're actually playing this here, because I don't want to start copying pools until they're a little bigger.
Breaking news.
We'll definitely Killmonger here, though. Get out of here. Okay, so... Oh, huh. What happens if I do this? I get a 6-power Deadpool in my hand, and then Venom eats... I'm not gonna have time to get everything going here, unfortunately. We'll end up with 6-power Deadpool, 12-power Deadpool, though. Hand size limit of, hand size limit of 7 in Marvel Snap. So if I do this, it puts a 12-power Deadpool in my hand. And then I do this, and then I do this, which ends me up with a 12-power Deadpool, a 12-power Deadpool, and a 24-power Deadpool from this one kicking back up. They have priority here too, which is great for us. So we don't have to worry about them like killmongering or Shang-Chiing us. I guess they could technically Shang-Chi us in the middle. Let's do this. Play for all three. They were just counting on us not playing the big one left. It's certainly a plan. Start the morning off doing the thing. Mr. Poole loves him a cloning Vats.
Victory.
Hey, Dan Sidon, thank you for the 5 months and thank you for the super generous tier 3. Good morning, good morning. Any budget Galactus decks without null? I mean, you just take the Galactus deck with null and you replace it with a different card. It's the funny thing about null, not having null in Galactus, is that against good players, you generally don't even need to show them the null because they're just leaving. But against bad players, they're gonna make you have it because they don't know that they can't beat null. So you're worse off without null against bad players than you are against better players. Carnage. 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 Hood. Yeah, I guess we're doing this. Tagala's feet out having tendrils in his deck. Yeah, exactly. Alright, in a perfect world, we get Angela into Sakaar here. Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb and suggest that that was probably not what they were going for. Well, I don't actually want to play my zeros out just yet. Because I want to Killmonger next turn, right? To make my Deadpool larger. Alright, so they've spent their Shang-Chi and their Valkyrie, so we shouldn't have to worry about... We shouldn't have to worry about that. I don't want to Shang-Chi their monster is noteworthy here. Do I want to Iceman the Angela path to make this larger and hit their hand? I think so. Okay, well now I'm really confused. They're playing Sarah in their Cerebro deck? Am I reading this right? Yeah, their plan must be to like Valk or Bast the what's it called? The Sarah, right? Okay, so with that in mind, I could just kind of play for every path, right? What if I do this? They're leaving. Okay, yeah, I think we spread out and play for every path here. Interesting card choice. They must just be planning to Bast or Valka, like trying to leverage it without the downside. Hey, the roller dude, thank you for the 1.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Watching the Gauntlet tournament, I want to say good luck in the last round and thank you for not using a meta deck. I think I inspired the rest of the people playing in the tournament a little bit. There are we had to resubmit deck lists for what's it called? We resubmitted deck lists for the post patch, and most people are playing Bruised. There's only one Shuri deck out of the 6 remaining players. Vast into Mr. Pool is exactly what we're looking for here. We have Angela in the opener as well, which is lovely. I'm gonna go ahead and play her here. Am I? With the hood draw, I think I'm actually doing this now. And then we'll tee up Carnage here. Oh. Huh. That actually, like, really sucks for us.
Opponent snapped.
Hey, Darth Vader, congrats to your son on the tournament win. Thanks for the quarter of a year. Yeah, I really don't have, because I want to, like, beast the Carnage and the Deadpool back. I may be supposed to leave here because they're almost assuredly going to make better use of this Project Pegasus than I am. I could just do this and then pick the Carnage back up to go again next turn. I'm gonna do this. I don't know. Kind of running out the clock here. I could have been a Galactus snap. That's true. Just okay. It's fine, chat. We get a second chance to think about what I want to do here. I despise this card so much. So much. We have priority here. I think this is the play still. I think this is the play still. And then I have the option to like Carnage plus Deadpool here again next turn, Or I could Deadpool plus Carnage here in the middle and eat the Bast as well. Yeah, this is fine. Is this gonna be Galactus over here now? Was it Galactus? And they were just kegging us to start? I am shocked that they elected to Galactus here as opposed to this one. Yeah, maybe they thought I'd change things up. Most of the time, there's like one optimal thing to be doing. Although they could have also just been like, you know, they're a null deck, which means like our Deadpool is extra bad. Thanks, bud. Thanks. Appreciate you. Thanks for losing priority. Get out of my game. I honestly think the best nerf they could do to Galactus is making it so they never have priority. Or making it so they always have priority, I mean. Like, if you could have Shang be meaningful counterplay against their what's it called? Like, yeah. If you're a Galactus player, it is very, very important if you want to win games like this or make your opponent retreat that you don't have priority going into the final turn. Part of the reason why this is so difficult to build or so difficult to play against is because if you don't have priority, nothing beats your null. Hey, congrats on Infinite Friars. Turf Doctor, thank you for the 19 months. What series 5 card do I recommend purchasing right now? The one that sparks joy for you. They could have thought we were also playing Null. I mean, if they think we're also playing Null, Shang-Chiing our thing doesn't actually do anything then, right? Wow, this would have been like the perfect hand, but then this flipped up. Rip. That's fine. We're gonna eat the hood anyways. We'll go Bast into hood into Deadpool Carnage on 3. Damn it, Bobby. Alright, this is still fine. Still fine. I believe. That is an S tier Daredevil split.
Wind, aid my hand.
Alright, so we're not fighting them over there. Or are we? Ha! Do I give up my Mr. Pool to Jug Pool over there? Nah, I don't think so. I think we're just... We drew Killmonger. I'm gonna... Mr. Pool is gonna be large and in charge here, okay? They can have their flooding. Oh my god, we both got the same card. That's actually kind of insane. Thanos has been less popular. Which means that Leech has been less popular, because Thanos was the Leech deck. Okay, and now we do this, into this, into this, and we hope we kick their Shang-Chi into the Flooded, and then we win the tiebreaker. This is local man about to lose to Claw. The sometimes lucky rubber ducky.
Victory.
Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we got him. Got him. Someone in chat asked, should they use their free card for the month on Magic? Magic basically only sees play inside of Mr. Negative. I think Mr. Negative is a very reasonable deck. It's actually going to be the highlight video later today on the YouTube channel for the gameplay video. It's actually going to be a Mr. Negative deck. But outside of that one, Magic does not see a lot of play right now. What is the optimal way to play Beast in this deck? To make your Deadpool free and rebuy a destroy target to blow him up again. Beast also gives this deck flexibility to save your Deadpool and your Nova and your Hood from an armor path, which is nice. Sabertooth as a random into our Carnage deck's a solid dub. And this here, right? Like getting to rebuy Carnage and make it bigger again is sweet, and it's actually even sweeter into Sabertooth specifically. Let's go Mysterio into Sabertooth into Carnage. It's not super resource efficient, but it ends up with a pretty decent sized Carnage on the right. Okay, so they have 4 Swarms and a 16 power Apocalypse.
All systems go.
Sabertooth back to our hand. There's just gonna be a flip, right? I guess if they go like 2 Swarms left and Apocalypse middle, we just die. Do I beat Triple Swarm middle? Triple Swarm middle puts them to 17. And this is only, there's only +9 here, which I guess also puts us to 17. but we're gonna lose the breaker by a lot, right? Because we're gonna be 15 to 6 here, and they have like Swarm Apocalypse here. Yeah, I think we're done. Oh, is my math wrong? Yeah, I started at 8, right? I started at 8 instead of, we're actually only at 6. Yeah, it's only 6 plus 9 is 15, not 17. Yeah, I started at the middle too. Zakar is really not great for us here. That was easily the best option from among them. I think that was good for us? Question mark. We snap them before they see Bar with no name, right?
Oh, snap.
They might have a copy of Hood, or sorry, a copy of Storm, but on average, I think Hood wins the right a lot of the time for us here. Are you the only one still seeing Shuri all the time? I think Shuri is easily the best deck post-match. You are not alone in seeing a lot of Shuri. Not even a little bit. This is a 1200 gold Deadpool variant. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really keep track of which variants cost me which amounts of money. Whale things. Ooh, Blade's actually great here for us because it kicks the Morbius up to 10, which means we get to Shang-Chi it. So we'll go Shang-Yu here, Deadpool here, Bast here. And they're gonna play a big Apoc in one of these two spots, so we'll win here and then we'll win here. What do I feel about Electro Lamp? I think Electro Lamp is similar to like the Shuri decks, and that it's like doing something powerful, and if you enjoy the powerful kind of linear thing that it's doing, it's a fine deck. But it's not a deck that has like a lot of finesse in it, and I don't feel like I tend to have a lot of like super meaningful sequencing decisions with it, so it's not a deck that I enjoy playing for a long period of time. You show a strong Darkhawk deck, I'd recommend checking out the Bounce deck that I've featured a few times over on my YouTube channel.
Victory.
Why not commit center? Why do I need to commit center? What are we losing to here? What is committing to center play around? The way I'm set up here, we're winning all 3 paths, right? So they make their one play somewhere, and we'll win the other 2. What do you think about bigger top end like Null? So part of the reason Null's always felt awkward to me inside of Deadpool decks because I always feel like I want to be replaying Deadpool on turn 5 or turn 6. When the deck gets going, I don't have room to play Null out on my curve. honestly, if they change Galactus to be less offensive somehow, I think Null's a card that could definitely get a buff. Like, to be honest, Null, if Galactus is out of the equation, could probably be a 5-cost card.
Opponent snapped.
Folks are using Null outside of Galactus with Nimrod and Zola. It's like, well, those decks aren't very good, though.
Escaped.
Like, it's like when pedantic people, I say a card's unplayable, and people are like, well, someone put it in this other deck. Unplayable is a shorthand for saying this deck isn't played in any of the optimal meta decks in the current format. That's what shorthand for this is unplayable is. It doesn't mean there's 0 people playing the card. It means that if you look at, okay, we're approaching this from a what's optimal standpoint, nobody's doing it. We doing this? Think we're doing this? Oh, I can't. Yeah, putting the real Mysterio in the Avengers compound was probably wrong. Huh? Because I can't Carnage here next turn, which is kind of what I wanted to do. I can't Venom either. Just doing this. Hey, Fully LaCrux. Thank you for the 10 sub-gifts. Super generous. Good morning, good morning.
Clear for takeoff.
Yeah, this deck like almost always wants to be blowing stuff up on 5, so I definitely should have thought about that when I was sequencing my Mysterio on that turn. We'll do this. And then next turn we have Shang-Chi plus a Carnage. I was playing Iceman here wrong too. I guess I wouldn't want to play that there anyways. Definitely just super awkward here at the end. I'm at 11, so I'm only going to 17 here. Just like dead to a Heimdall, right? With multiple man, there assuredly a Heimdall deck. Yeah, my putting the real Mysterio here was such a big mistake. I should have been set up to eat something on the left there. I think discard would be made too powerful if they made it so the discard wasn't shown to the opponent. It's an interesting question. I don't think so. But I also haven't thought about it too hard. I was about to say Hub's real annoying because of Adelan, but then we got a random carnage off of it, so thanks. I say it's my favorite card in a vacuum, Beast. The astute among you will note that we play a disproportionate amount of decks with the card Beast in them on this channel. But I'm glad the Darkhawk one was finally stuck. Ooh, this is actually reasonable. So I get to go Bast here into Beast, pick the Carnage up. And then I can go Angela into Mysterio into Carnage here. We're gonna end up with a 13 power Carnage on the right. We got solid stats across the board. All these Mysterios are 3s. 10, 10, 13 here going into the last turn. Hey, X Benedict, thanks for the sub gifts. Happy Thursday. Should I Carnage first to keep the Mysterio around? Maybe. You go either way. It's technically one more point to do it the other way, right? And I guess I didn't really need the space in the lane. Am I dead to the Destroyer? Oh, we are dead to Galactus mid, huh? And this is just like why the Galactus deck is so frustrating to play against, because it just takes the rules of the game and says, hey, the game that you built your deck to play and you've been playing the entire game to play around, they just don't matter. And you lose because you built your deck to play one game and we're not actually playing that game anymore. I'm changing the rules now. And such a dangerously polarizing was the descriptor that Second Dinner used to describe the Galactus deck in their most recent balance patch, and it's such an apt description. Like, if you have the card that counterplays it, their deck doesn't work. But if you don't have a card to explicitly counterplay it, you just lose on the spot, and there's nothing you can do about it. And it's just super, I'm helpless and nothing I do matters. Isn't that what makes Marvel Snap great, though? It's like literally the only thing in Marvel Snap that does that. Like there isn't a single other thing in Marvel Snap that takes the game and changes all of the rules at this fundamental level. This is the same opponent. I'm gonna hit a 30-second ad break real quick here so we can try and knock you into the same Galactus player 4 times. BRB. Magic, yeah, Magic was like the closest thing on turn 6. But even that one, like, I wouldn't even say Magic was nerfed because she changed the rules of the game as much as Galactus does. She was kind of just nerfed because it became optimal to play her in basically everything, right? It feels like we're playing chess, then all of a sudden the opponent goes, we're playing Monopoly, and by the way, you're bankrupt. Yeah. Pre-nerf Magic was basically better Kang. Yeah, I think that's a good take. Co-side that take. We have Murder World for our Deadpool deck. Is lovely. Okay. I think this is fine. Rude. If I do this, then next turn I could go Deadpool Hood Venom over here. Oh my god, super rewarded. Just the most rewarded.
Clear for takeoff.
We have 2 cards in hand. What happens if they hazmat this board? I'm at 12 to 10. I'm at 7 minus 3, 4 to 2. I'm at 2 to 0. I think all 3 is right. Yeah, they're leaving.
Victory.
Oh, they have priority as well. Yeah, so their hazmat's even worse. Good shout. My goal is to reach infinite as quickly as possible. Should I pick up Shuri? As of right now, Shuri is the undisputed best deck. It's definitely true to say it suffered the least from the card changes, and I think you could even form a reasonable argument that Shuri was actually made better by the card changes that they did. Elysium is kind of punishing for playing Angela into the middle, but is what it is. Getting to pick Bass back up is fine. We'll want to Bass the Deadpool before we start blowing it up. It's my favorite Shuri deck. I think you literally just play the exact same deck list you played pre-patch. Do not think it has changed. The arrow nerf makes the Shuri deck better, I think. It means they can't play arrow themselves, but it means they also don't really have to play around arrow anymore. I'm enjoying the idea of removing arrow for Captain Marvel. My recommended Shuri deck already had Captain Marvel in it. But otherwise, yes, I'd agree that. I'd agree that playing Captain Marvel is right. Shame that we didn't draw Carnage or Venom this game. I think we're actually just vibing. I can play all my cards out. Yeah, I think the Polaris version was worse. Obviously, like, the deck's really good, so, like, playing the slightly worse version, you're still gonna win plenty, but I think the Polaris version was worse than the Captain Marvel. Lucky! Drew their Venom and we did not. Light Fingers Jack, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. They have priority here, which makes shagging the Venom kind of sketch. Because they could kill these Nimrods and then end up putting more Nimrods into here. I also just, like, don't have a lot of stats I can put anywhere here. Like, if I even if let's just assume like we're gonna kill this and it's gonna work and they aren't gonna have other Nimrods, there's no Zola. Like, even if that works, my situation in the rest of the paths isn't very good, right? Okay, this Nimrod player has been armored and leeched an infinite number of times. We'll let them. I was just about to say I'm gonna give them a cube to let them do their thing, but then they got fucking greedy and boomer stacked me, so fuck you. You don't get to do shit.
Escape.
I was talking it through. I was gonna let you have your fun, and you had to go. You had to go and root it. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Or you can find my Shuri list. I post deck lists 7 days a week on my YouTube channel. Oh, the best command's actually not good. Oh, God, that's the old one. Look at the last Shuri deck on my YouTube channel. It's there, I promise. There's Mr. Pool. Is the Hawk bounce deck viable without Bass? No. Bass is a unique and powerful card that makes any deck she's played in a lot more powerful. Generally speaking, if Bass is in a deck, it means the deck's constructed in a pretty specific way to leverage her power. Actually, never lucky. Beast. Carnage. Sedge. That's fine. At least the armor's out of the way, I suppose. My favorite Master Mold deck. We played a Master Mold Darkhawk deck that Dara is bringing to the tournament yesterday, and it felt pretty reasonable. I am very confident that posting one video per day on YouTube is ideal. Sometimes posting more than one video per day is a bad idea, depending on the contents of that more than one video per day. But in general, posting a single video per day is one of the best things you can do on YouTube. If you have viewers that log in and check YouTube every day, and you don't post a daily video, YouTube recommends them content from someone else because they just want them to stay on the platform. And then once they start getting recommended content from someone else, it's less likely that they come back to your stuff. All right, Killmonger off the top, please. That's Edge. Unfortunately, I think we're just dead here because of New York. I can't clear these out.
Escape.
Appreciate it, Jack. Yeah, let's do like one more with this. We'll hit our ad break. We'll play something else. I imported a bunch of deck lists last night. Built a couple, grabbed some from other places. A few different ideas in the bank. To set a low bar, I think this deck is the best Deadpool deck I've ever played. I think it's almost assuredly worse than the Beast Bounce deck with Darkhawk, but as far as like we're dead set on trying to play Deadpool, this is it, chat. This is the best one I've touched. I think there's 1,000 different ways they can make adjustments to cards like Shuri and others that are reasonable, and I really just don't want to get bogged down in talking about potential balance changes in chat. It's kind of an endless discussion that gets pretty frustrating and repetitive. I think I'm playing Beast here simply for the sake of not wanting to redraw it. Is the Beast Falcon deck okay without Darkhawk? I think Darkhawk is less important than Bast, but still makes the deck quite a bit better. Lucky that we didn't get Rickety Bridge on the right. Blowing up their Nova before they have a chance to get value from it is excellent for us here, obviously. Good old Rock. Nothing beats Rock. Do I need to play Rock out here? What can I draw next turn? So I'm gonna have a Hood in my hand. I'm gonna have a Deadpool in my hand. If I draw Shang-Chi, I want to have played the Rock out. So I'm gonna play the Rock out. And again, what I'm counting there is just figuring out what could I possibly draw? What am I going to have to spend my resources on? Is there something that could prevent me from being able to play the rock out? I think we're dead because we have priority, unfortunately. Opponent is a Killmonger deck. We'll play Go Fish for 1 cube because there's 4 cards in their deck because of Adelan, but very real chance we just get put in a box by Killmonger here. Oh, are they Scarlet Witching the Rickety Bridge and then they're going to beat us by a little bit in Adelan? No Killmonger, no problem. Close game. Victory. I guess they just didn't expect us to fill Adelan. Good old rock. Nothing beats rock, chat. Someone said they added Wolverine over Iceman. Yeah, that leads into your Destroy package better, but it's definitely going to make your Shuri matchup worse. Iceman, I actually think Iceman is one of the best non-Shang-Chi cards you can play against Shuri. Because if you Iceman, Shuri, or Red Skull, their deck becomes significantly worse. Their curve is suddenly a lot more beatable. Alright, non-subs, I'll see you in 2 minutes. We're going to be playing something else when you get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Remember, if you don't want to see ads on the channel, you can subscribe for free with Twitch Prime or with your own $5 reduce. The rock emote turned out real well. Our emote artist is so talented. She's great. Hey, Dazzle, thanks for the Prime. Should we continue playing Destroy Things? You know, it's been a while since I let chat vote on decks. Should we let chat vote? It's been a long time since I had this many decks I felt could be playable. Like 8 decks here at the end. Let's do a 60-second poll. Yeah, we'll put 4 spicy ones up here. Cerebro 2, Zabu Control, Thanos Surfer, and Nimrod Ramp. Yeah, I've got another negative null list we might try at some point here too. Nimrod Ramp and Thanos Surfer are both decks from the tournament. Yeah, we're gonna get to a few different. We're probably gonna play most of these over the course of the day. We can let chat pick the next one. So don't go too crazy with channel points if you're not flush with them, because we're probably gonna play most of these things. All right, we be ramping. Zevtech, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. You think these decks are more viable because the patch did help balance things a little, or is it just because people are playing more decks? I think it's a little of column A, little of column B. Thanos seems to have been pushed out of firmly the #1 spot. We're being replaced by Shuri, and Shuri is a deck that's infinitely more attackable than Thanos. Shuri does like the Shuri deck does one thing really well. The Thanos deck did 20 things really well. You know who does 91 things really well, chat? Tubos, Hoglandia's OG. The first sub who's seen it all. Thank you for the, God, my brain breaks on the numbers. 84 months is 7 years, 7.5, 7 years and 7 months. It's been a trip, Tubos. To Paper Magic, to Moto, to Hex, to Arena, to Runeterra, to Variety, to Snap-a-Lappin'. You've been around the block. Thanks for sticking around. People don't live that long. Tibek, thank you for the quarter of a year. Zev Tech with the third of a year, and Dazzle with the brand new Prime. It's good to have you around either way, Chubos, whether it's in the Discord server or here while we're live. We goose to the left. Oh, all the crazy support this morning. KLJ, thanks for the sub gifties. So, with the cloning Vats and Panther and the Electro, I could Shuri to get a 16 power Panther, but I could also just Panther the Vats to then get, actually, we could Panther, oh, this is kind of sick, actually. We get to Panther into Zola. I cannot believe Specimen brought this deck to the tournament. It's actually blew my mind to see that he brought this deck to the tournament. I will be curious to see how his matches go because Nimrod has been big oofs. Listen, chat, all I'm saying is whenever I submit this deck, I feel like this card is named. I can destroy your middle, sure, but then how do I win Fisk Tower? Like, what am I doing? Do you think Chavez wins Fisk Tower? No way, right? 0%. Awesome. Thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. To all of our new subs, there's been a bunch of sub gifts today and new Prime subscribers and such. Be sure to check out our Discord server. Got a very active community over there for Marvel Snap and other video gaming experiences and food and sports and politics and all sorts of great stuff. Sure to pop on over there if you want to be a part of the always on part of Hooglandia. Yeah, there's just no way we can stay.
Escape.
Joke's on you. I wasn't gonna make a play on turn 2 anyways. It's a hostile work environment for our boy Nimrod. Yeah, for sure. Ooh. Just so many copies of armor, chat. There's just so many copies of armor. I think we have a shot though, right? I get to Shuri, and then we could Nimrod into Zola the Nimrod, right? This is gonna be fine, says local man about to be Cosmoed. This play pattern also still dies to do Arrow. That it does. That it does. We die to Red Skull left. We have priority here, which is nice. So Mr. Zola is gonna get to do his thing here. Mr. Zola, splitting the rod. Do 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 do. He's Mr. Zola. Do 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 do. Ba da 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 da. We're only tying left. No, this is putting two 14 power Nimrods into play. So Nimrod gets destroyed, which means it copies itself, and then Zola also creates copies. So we're adding 28 stats to left and center here with the Zola. That's worth noting. This is a little bit better.
Victory.
Yeah, cool. Why didn't we snap this? I didn't snap this for two reasons. One, we lost to a stiff breeze at various points. Two, I wanted to try and get to put no Nimrods into play without chasing my opponent out. I mean, we're actually not dead to Arrow the way this sequence because we have priority here. The way that it's playing out with Shuri. They would have needed to take priority for this turn. I would never feel comfortable snapping at any point with this deck. Yeah, I think this deck has pretty medium cube equity because this deck kind of has, I mean, and it's a Wong deck, so it makes sense to say this, but this deck has like peak Wong syndrome, right? Where like our best draws are obvious and our opponent can leave when we have our best draws. But also, when we have our best draw, if our opponent has counterplay, they could just not leave and then take a bunch of cubes from us. But even snapping aggressively doesn't make a deck like this good cube equity, just by virtue of how the oh, my mind is mush. By virtue of how many counter cards there are to what this deck does.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, Wongers! We're getting any Burning Shores gameplay after it drops 6 months. Is Burning Shores the Horizon DLC? Or something else? 'Cause I know there's a Horizon DLC coming up, but I don't know what the name is. Hey, Salt Block, thank you for the 4.5 years. Appreciate it. Yes. Firm, maybe. I haven't applied for front page time in a while. Maybe I'll put in an application for front page time, and if they give me front page time, we'll do it. That's a good way to play a variety game without getting hosed too much. I do love me some Horizon Zero Dawn.
Clear for takeoff.
This is actually kind of fun. We get to go Shuri here doubled, and then we get to play 20 power Doctor Doom with 10 power across the board. Actually, kind of a sweet curve. What's going on, Elk? Thanks for the 2.5 years. Okay, and this should be a dub left and right, huh? Probably not in the center, but here and here should be good. Feel Slim Shady, please stand up.
Victory.
Yeah, they can't, this is big house, right? So they can't make too many big plays here. Is there a way to know what cards are being downgraded in the near future? Yeah, moving forward, the oldest group of cards in each series will downgrade. So for example, next month, the oldest cards that have been in Series 4 the longest will be Shuri, Bast, Valkyrie, Super Skrull, and Black Panther. So those will be the downgrades to Series 3. Am I even electroing here? What does my curve look like? Because if I'm Shuriing the Nimrod, I don't need to electro. I think I'd rather Shuri the Rod than electro. Cause I go like electro Nimrod Destroyer and then something else. But I think Shuri's just better here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Shuri the Rod, spoil the child. Yeah, next month's downgrades are gonna be the best downgrades we've had. Bast, Valk, Shuri, all just absolute bangers of cards. Well, they've got enough stats middle that we need Destroyer to be able to win the right, which may or may not happen. We're actually dead to Professor X here, right? Because they'll be 3 to 12 and we're 2 to 12. Yeah, we lose the breaker by 1 to Professor X. Okay, so with them playing a Shuri, the line here is definitely flip a coin. Because if we If we Zola the Rod, we win the center. I don't think Destroyer's gonna win right, so I think we need to win left and center. I am doing swell mixed in. Oh no! Come on, Zola! I believe! Rip. We'd lose to Captain Marvel. Sure? No. We win the tiebreaker, we'd win the breaker. Because if Captain Marvel got played here as 12, she would jump and then we'd be 2-2 here. Ooh. We have 90 Electro Boosters. Do we split the Electro, chat? 5. We get gold or ink.
Animated frame.
Animated frame. The market for a new work chair, what kind do I have? I think mine's called an Ergo Cuban. My number one piece of advice for anybody that's picking up an office chair is if you live in a major or even mid-sized city, is find a place where you can go sit in some. They're not cheap products, and sampling it before you spend your money on it is a good idea. All right, survey says, Papi! All right, what kind of border effect did we get? Ooh, we got a gold swirl on the gold background. Those are the best. Those are the best. The best around. No one's ever gonna bring him down. Get a few more boosties for the gold on gold, but we've got gold background, gold swirl, and a gold name too. That's great. Oof. Well, that's an insane pickup. I bought like 6 different $100 to $200 chairs on Amazon or chains like Walmart that would break or wear down after 6 months to a year. Eventually, I bought an expensive $500 chair since I work at home, and it has been amazing. Yeah, my chair, I think I paid, if I recall correctly, I spent, what's it called? I spent, like $600 or $700 on it when I bought it way back. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're talking and clicking. I've made a huge mistake.
Clear for takeoff.
That's a shame. This game was gonna be real good. I'm really and I'm hoping this is just on their backlog, but I'm really surprised that I can't Odin, there's an Avengers compound. I'm really surprised that Shuri doesn't have a visual indicator the way Forge does. I feel like it's I'm hoping it's they're backlogged on visuals. Like, they've been slowly adding more visuals to things. And I feel like they should really be prioritizing cards that see play, like Shuri. Like, obviously, I could also just be less dumb, but, you know, people, not just myself, but people frequently play these games while distracted. And having a visual reminder to help with that is ideal.
Aid my hand.
Series drops occur at the end of the month. No, series drops occur every time a patch happens. So we just had series drops this last second ago. Am I gonna play the Resident Evil 4 remake? No, I don't really do horror games.
Opponent snapped.
They have said they have plans to eventually do token variants. They said there'll be separate purchases from the base variants, but they haven't given us a timeline on that. I was curious to play this deck. I don't know, maybe Specimen is way luckier than I am, but I was really surprised to see he submitted this because all of these Electro Nimrod decks have been real medium in my experience playing them up until now, and this one is not really any different, it feels like, from our half hour or so we've been playing it. We're gonna give it a little bit more here, but pretty thoroughly whelmed by what we're doing on. Oh, damn it. Fucking Dream Dimension. Boo. Boo this man. Thanks. I hate it. I like the term whelmed. Is it one you coined yourself or did you hear it elsewhere? It just means medium, right? It's another way to say medium. Like a center between overwhelmed and underwhelmed. Like it doesn't seem like this deck doesn't seem like it's bad. It's just like not really doing anything particularly exciting, right? And it gets hit by all the interactions. I could make a big Wong, but that doesn't really do anything, right? Yeah, I think we just like rain doom from above. They snapped me. We're getting Cosmoed? They're definitely a Cosmo deck. Ah. Fair. Good snap. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like a stiff breeze. I was hoping to make videos with most of the decks from the tournament, but I don't know that I can. I feel bad recommending a deck like this one. People are thirsty for some Nimrod, though. Maybe we'll give them a little drip of Nimrod with the dose of reality. What is stature o'clock? We should do some staturing today. That's a good call. A lot of things I want to get to over the course of the next couple days. Electro with the 4s in this deck has also been a little weird. I keep feeling like I'd rather have like a zombie. Yeah, I think we Shuri the middle so we have a blank path to Panther into. I think Stature decks took a small hit with the arrow change. I disagree with that. I think Stature decks are better off than they were before the balance patch because, what's the word I'm searching for? Stature decks, really didn't like getting leeched, and there's less leech post-patch. I'm gonna Nimrod rather than Panther here, because it's not that much less power, and this insulates us against Shang-Chi a little bit. Isn't Goose self-countering with our high-cost cards? No, we have things like Dr. Doom and Arnim Zolo that play into the Goose path. Got a lot of good tools. What are my initial thoughts of the new meta after most recent patch? Shuri is great. Thanos is fine, but worse than before. Yeah, as a plug for this morning's video, there'll be a gameplay video covering Mr. Negative post-patch up later today. But this morning, we had a video breaking down all of the upcoming bundles for April and talking about what the economy looks like in terms of getting new cards that you want access to. A good Valk deck. Mr. Negative's a great Valk deck. I think if we're talking about individual cards, I actually think Valkyrie is one of the bigger winners from this patch. Because Arrow got nerfed, which was previously a card that gave that one a hard time. Did we do it? Couldn't beat the Zola chat.
Victory.
We have Zola'd the Rod. If they shanged mid, they would have won. Is that true? Yeah, I think so. I think that's right. We'd have lost left and center. What's up with Mr. Negative? Well, Mr. Negative was bad against Leech, and there's less Leech now. And Mr. Negative is not great against Sandman, and Sandman is bad against Shuri. So the two things that were bad for Mr. Negative got worse with the patch changes, is my initial read. A deck with Nimrod, but without Shuri. Nimrod is a garbage tier Marvel Snap card that barely is maybe playable if you have Shuri. Without Shuri, it's certainly just not good enough. This has been your crippling dose of reality with Jeff Oakland. Who has a worse season pass card, Nimrod or Nick Fury? Honestly, I think they're probably comparable. I think this is a Wong into Shuri into Doom angle here. Many Sarah decks to try aside from negative. The Sarah Darkhawk builds are pretty good. You can also build it with the Destroy package or just like Mysterio plus Bishop. There's a lot of different Sarah variations. I think the only Sarah deck that sees some amount of play right now that I'm not impressed by is there's a Hazmat Typhoid Berry Sarah deck that goes around that I think that's probably the worst of the Sarah variations in my opinion. I guess we could have gone Shuri into Rod into Destroyer, but I think Dr. Doom is better. It's close. You think Nimrod should have more power or less cost? I think Nimrod being bad is similar to Null being bad outside of Galactus. It isn't the case that the card isn't good enough so much as it's a case of the format just doesn't allow Destroy decks to be good because of the tech cards that see common play. This probably wins it, right? We're gonna put 20 power over here. If we assume they have Chavez, they're gonna be 18 over here only. And my Dr. Doom wins the left. We're also putting 10 into the middle. We might win all three here. I know we spent a good chunk of this game talking about how I don't think Nimrod is likely very good, but I will say this feels like probably the best Nimrod deck I've touched. This Wong Shuri Dr. Doom has felt like a genuinely powerful thing to do when you don't get disrupted. Like as far as linear stats go, this is doing a lot. There might be something to this Shuri card, yeah. Yes, the tournament deck lists that people submitted are definitely more on the casual side. I'd like to think me cruising through the top bracket with Bounce inspired everybody else to take more risks. Like Dara and Specimen had both originally been playing Thanos in the bottom bracket, just like super sweaty, and they both pivoted off to Bruise for the resubmissions on decks. Dara's deck yesterday felt very good. Agree with that. I was very impressed with what Dara's list looked to be doing.
Opponent snapped.
I think playing a meta deck has a disadvantage of its counters being fairly low. Well, that depends on the power level of the meta deck, right? Like, the Thanos deck from last season was incredibly and deeply fucked because there just weren't counters for it, right? Like, the deck just did everything well. And it just, like, puts you in a trash can. Do I want to storm the vault? I don't think so. But I think of the Thanos Deathwave decks, I think they're worse than the other Thanos decks still. destroyer, please. Oh, I can't. No, wait. Okay, I was saying I can't Shuri the Wong because then I won't be able to draw, but I can play this and it doesn't actually give me a Sentinel because it got leeched. Oh, I'm drawing Chavez next turn though, right? So I just can't fucking win? Also, order is wrong, but yeah, I'm also drawing Chavez, so I can't win. Sorry, the order, thank you for the call out, but it actually doesn't matter because we can't win.
Escaped.
We might win mid. No, I think that's unlikely. You think it's worth exploring Ghost with Valk? Yeah, maybe. I think Valk is, like, probably the #1 card I would be thinking about trying to brew with in the current format. I think it's good into Shuri. And it's one of its cards that made it bad or less prominent. Is that an Electro Nimrod angle? I think it might be an Electro Nimrod angle. Can you make a Sandman pull 3 deck? Sandman's not a competitive Marvel Snap card currently. Hopefully it never is, but it's definitely not competitive at the moment. Enough tea, thanks for the prime. As far as pull 3 only decks go, I've got a couple of those in my deck editor. We may or may not get to here today. It's actually interesting though. We've officially hit a spot in... We've officially hit a spot where, as far as YouTube content goes at least, when I tag a deck as Series 3 only, they've actually been performing worse on average than decks that are not tagged as Series 3 only. Because especially with the change to collector's tokens acquisition rate, it's in some ways Series 4 cards are more accessible than having a lot of Series 3 cards in a deck now.
Wakanda forever.
I agree with that people are dumb and think if I write a deck as Series 3... If I write a deck as Series 3, people are more likely to think it is bad. Enough tea, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. Yeah, my plan moving forward. How is that winning if they did nothing? Baxter building, L dude. It's been real mediocre, Nara. It has not changed my confidence from Nimrod seems bad. My feelings on Nimrod are mostly the same. I'm confident Series 3 only is often interpreted as competitive deck with Series 3 only compromise. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop tagging that as such. It's interesting, because, like, for a long time, putting Series 3 only in a deck caused more people to click into it, but we're just past that point in the Marvel Snap economy where people aren't with their collections now. I think by all four of the last 4 decks I put Series 3 in the thumbnail and title on all underperformed for me. We're getting Galactus, yeah, probably.
Kneel before Galactus. Wakanda forever!
Now we're just dead to null. Oh wait, I'm blowing up a -10 Hobgoblin. I'm also blowing up a 15 power Panther though. Odin would not have given them the Hobgoblin back. I would recommend buying the cards you want to play with, Kodama. That's always my recommendation. Yeah, Wong makes Hobgoblin trigger twice. Technically, it would have jumped back and forth 4 times because Wong makes it trigger twice with Odin. Electro looking real awkward into these 4 energy plays again. Just like, yeah, it's something I could do on the 3rd turn here, but just like not really helping us. I guess with that in mind, I actually just Storm, right?
Wind, aid my hand.
I don't know what the next big bad is going to be. I'm actually curious to see how frequently big bads are going to be a thing. Honestly, for the good of the game, I think it would be better if they happened less frequently than not. I think if we have like a list of like a dozen characters a year from now that are all permanently Series 5, that would be pretty bad for the game. So I am hoping that their intention is not to constantly have new permanent Series 5 cards added. Would Panther have gone to 60 with Odin? I don't have a Panther. We actually potentially died to a Shang-Chi on our Nimrod here. When your Nimrod deck loses to Shang-Chi. When your Nimrod deck loses to Shang-Chi. And obviously, they waited till the timer went all the way down, so like, good chance they knew Arnim Zola was gonna happen there, so they got us. So, Destroyer beats Shang-Chi, but it loses to not Shang-Chi, right? So, you know, flip a coin or whatever. So everybody in Twitch chat here is gonna be like, oh, you should have played Destroyer. But there's a different world where, you know, I mean, if they're watching the stream, they're just gonna like do something else, right? And then easily beat us. Destroyer loses anyways, right? No, the Destroyer would have killed both of these, which would have put 10 here, and we would have had a bunch here. Destroyer loses to real power on the right, is accurate. Because Destroyer always loses the middle. Yeah, Bob. I was thinking about, I don't know. If I'm really desperate for content, I think I have 4 games I could post with this deck for a highlight, but I think I would genuinely feel bad. If I post a set with this deck, there's gonna be a disclaimer in the deck tech. This is one of the best Nimrod decks I've played. I would not recommend playing it. If you're dead set on playing Nimrod, try it out. This is one of the best Nimrod decks. No, that's not a compliment. Alright, let's try. Almost time for an ad break. Let's go ahead and hit that now before we change decks. When we get back, I think we're gonna do, I wanna try Cozy Surfer deck. So let's try, we're gonna try this when we get back. Catch you in a second, chat. I mean, the deck we just played isn't that different from the Nimrod Shuri deck that Dara plays. So it's just a Shuri deck. So it's like, it's fine. Eh. They could unnerf Surfer and it would be okay. I mean, you're right that it would probably be worse than Shuri, but also, like, they should just probably bring Shuri into it. Stone Surfer, yep. Avocado Gory, 3 years watching and 3 months a dad. Thanks for all the great games and being a parenting role model. Good to have you around. Hope your little one's doing well. So I opinion on Negasonic. Flexible enough to warrant 6-8 token. She's definitely not a flexible card. The only decks I have liked Negasonic in so far are these Daredevil decks looking for an interactive card to leverage her. But I think she seemed very good inside of these Daredevil decks. As of right now, unless you want her as an interactive piece in a Daredevil deck, I would not recommend getting her. I talk about that explicitly in the bundles and economy breakdown video today, Sporadic Penguin. So check that one out for my thoughts on that. How it applies to people in different positions. I'm watching it and I paused it to ask you. LOL. Can I play some Cerebro 2 or 3, please? We might play some Cerebro 2 today, but I'm also kind of expecting to play it for a couple of games and conclude it's a dumpster fire. It is a really hard sell to play a Cerebro deck inside of a format with Red Skull and Soulstone. So as long as Shuri is S tier, I think Surfer has a hard time. But we haven't played with Thanos since they added all the animations, chat. God, that looks good. Slick. Cerebro 3 is kind of cool because Valk beats Shuri. Kind of. So, like, the problem with the Cerebro deck is that, like, if you Valk the Red Skull, your Cerebro bonus is still off. And if your Cerebro bonus is off, you still kind of have a hard time, actually winning the game. It's fine. We'll put Fister Mantastic here in the center. One of the things that's neat about Thanos in the Surfer Shell is that the 1 energy stones really help you kind of flesh out your curve. Because, like, normally this deck struggles to have extra things to do with its resources, but that's not the case here, which is nice. Do I want to fill my hand with rocks here? I think so. We'll get to have a big Thanos next turn, which is kind of sweet. Jeff, does it make sense for a non-Series 3 complete player to buy missions again with the change of the token economy? I answer this question and more explicitly in my video that I posted this morning talking about the bundles and the Marvel Snap economy. Be sure to check it out for my thoughts on that. We're snapping me. I'm gonna have a 20 power Thanos in the middle. Might be wrong.
Wind, aid my hand.
Worth. Wait, why do I only have 6? All right, weird. Okay. Excuse me, is this thing on? It's a little bit buggy. I think we're dead, huh? They haven't, they didn't discard Hello?
Escaped. Set right.
There's a voice line with it too. He speaks to me, chat. I think you're actually supposed to snap most hands that have Mind Stone on one. It's just so good. Now, they are also a Thanos deck, meaning that this Nexus is not guaranteed to be a thing for this game. Thanos Angela, eh? Alright, come here. We have priority. You just yank Angie across the board. Opponent deep in the tank. Ooh, they still get an Angela trigger here. Part of me wants to debris and fill this up. Could also jug here. I don't know if I want to fight over the Nexus or not. Feels like it could go either way. Negasonic really isn't good in a matchup like this. Win the Nexus, win the game. Reality show, create a location that already exists on the board. I don't know the answer to that one offhand, actually. Let's just win the game. Maybe, I mean, like, they're Thanos, right? So they can play a bunch of things here. Glad you're enjoying it, Socio.
The universe shall be set right.
Oh, he has a few different voice lines. It was different than the one from the previous game. I wonder how many there are. Oh, was it the same? Set right. I thought he said something separate in the first one, but you're right. Maybe I misheard. Alright, so we could get Expansion diffed and have them still draw a card on Anna, but I think we jug here to do our best to prevent it. Yeah, Negasonic works well with both Professor X and Storm. Well, we got X-Mansion diffed. But at least they didn't draw a card. I think we're dead. Rip.
Escape.
Animated emotes aren't animated in Discord. That must be a Twitch thing. All those emotes coming over happens automatically. I don't do any of that manually.
The universe shall be set right.
How long did it take for you to get good at snapping and retreating? Well, I played a lot of poker. So snapping is very much a skill that translates directly from that game. One of the things that's neat to note about Time Stone in this deck is we can Time Stone plus a 3-drop on turn 4 in order to play 2 3-drops on turn 5. Snap before we Killmonger them. Think you'd ever want to go to the World Series of Poker or something like that? Nah. Playing poker optimally is incredibly boring. And I have very, very little desire to attempt to do that.
Wind, aid my hand.
Think we're dead, chat. The Drax Zoo deck is definitely still good. I don't see a path here. We can Warhead somewhere, but I just have a bunch of cheap things. I can put some more stats into here, but Dracula's gonna get bigger. Yeah, I don't think there's a world where this actually wins the game, right? Maybe if their Dracula gets really unlucky, but they're probably just emptying their hand to the point where there's gonna be no variance in it.
Escape.
Almost to gold on gold, chat.
The universe shall be set right.
which cards get boosters at the end of the game is random, with the asterisk that if your card is missing boosters to be able to upgrade to its next split level, it's twice as likely to get boosters. So for example, the Storm in this deck is currently at 29 out of 30 boosters towards the next level, so it is twice as likely to get boosters as other cards in the deck that do not have that requirement, or that condition met. I don't know that I've seen clarity on if it matters if you're playing with the version that needs the upgrade or not. It would be a good question to ask in the Marvel Snap Discord server. Snap here before we clean things out with Killmonger. The version matters. You have a first-hand source on that, Gap? Oh my god, we enabled their death with our Killmonger. Oh, I think we're just dead again, chat. I think I'm coming around to the idea that maybe Specimen's deck was great too, and the problem is me, chat. It's me. I'm the problem. It's me. We're not making Cozy's deck work either here.
Escaped.
There we go. Another gold on gold for the pile. Good looking piece of art. Just got a Tuba and the free Series 3 card shop, then leader, then a Tuba again. How many Series 3 cards are you missing? No, that's one with the green still. The finish really ruins it. Thankfully, they're like, you can't really see them super great, but I wish the finish was gold or blue. I'm gonna stop upgrading this at this point because it's gold on gold, but when I incidentally make it back to 90 storm boosters, I'm probably gonna split her again, looking for a better finish or an ink. Yeah, the off-color finishes on the gold on gold look best in my opinion when they match, then they complement the character art. So on this one, I would like something like blue or white. Gold borders look good on any of the gold backgrounds, but as far as non-gold goes, you kind of want something that matches. Mr. Mantastic covers all of our bases here. Puts 2 points into the eternity range, then also 2 into here to put more into the eternity range. I agree that I miss the frame break when I leave these gray bordered. I don't want the frame break enough to upgrade them because I like them at the base. Appreciate that, avocado category.
Wind, aid my hand.
Is this crazy? Call me, baby. If I do this, we could lock here potentially. And then we just make our small plays over here on the final turn. They can also make a big play. I think they're going to play for the flooding, though. You just got ghosts. What are some good ways to use that card? If you figure one out, you let the rest of us know. Thoughts on how to make Ghost more viable. She might be good in some kind of, she might be good in some kind of Valkyrie deck now. Valkyrie is definitely one of the winners from this patch. Ian. To the people saying my opponent was sniping, chat. If my opponent was sniping, the Power Stone would have gone into the flooded zone, right? They didn't need the Power Stone middle to win. Yeah, they just couldn't play into Goose here, chat. Which is why we're playing Goose, right? Like, our deck is better into Goose than a lot of other decks in the format, because we can do things like add, you know, double-digit power here on the left through the Goose, while they likely can't come anywhere close to doing that. And then once we win the Baxter building, we win the flooded as well. You know, I definitely don't think my opponent was stream sniping here. Like, if the sniper play is like this and this, and honestly, I don't even think you even need to be sniping to like She-Hulk and Power Stone split, because like just playing for both seems reasonable. It's the last turn the flooded's open. Gamora Odin was something I didn't know I needed. Artemzol is also a lot of fun with Gamora. Split her across the board and get her trigger to happen again.
The universe shall be set right.
live to regret this, but Starlit Citadel, such an annoying location, I'm just gonna get rid of it. Is Ghost good in the Beast Bounce deck since you don't want priority? Yeah, but you don't need Ghost to not have priority in most situations. You just play the game in a way that you won't have it. I believe the Thanos line in the opening is the universe will be set right. What do you think will be the best weekly release this month? The first two feel underwhelming or maybe whelming. I think if you are expecting to only ever spend your collector's tokens on Thanos and Galactus style cards, you're probably never going to have something to spend collector tokens on Marvel Snap ever again. I've had that comment a lot. They're like, none of these things are worth spending my tokens on. That's by design, chat. If nothing is worth spending your tokens on, everything is worth spending your tokens on. Buy the cards you would have fun playing games with. I get that there's a lot of Magic the Gathering players that hang out on this stream, so like the concept of doing things that prioritize fun feels weird to you for a game, but I promise you, doing the thing that would spark joy for you is optimal. And honestly, that's a good part about the system, is doing the thing that will be fun for you is optimal, is good. A good system makes prioritizing fun optimal. Which one of the reasons why I'm actually not a huge fan of the permanent Series 5 cards in general. Because the permanent Series 5 cards kind of make it so you're not min-maxing your fun anymore. You're like, this is optimal, you should do this first. We get to murder Red Skull with Teenage Warheads, that's fun. I don't know if it's gonna win the game, but sweet. Spread out here and play for all three locations. Any good Shadow King decks? No, Shadow King's an unplayable card. Desperately needs buffs. It's just thoroughly outclassed by any other interactive card options. Just like worse than Shang-Chi and Valkyrie under most conditions. Why do you think Second Dinner has been reluctant to buff cards? I think designers always tend to be hesitant against making too many changes all at once. And you could definitely argue they made a lot of changes in the last patch. Those changes didn't result in Shuri being functionally worse, but they still changed a lot of cards. And there's a very real risk anytime you make a change that like those changes may or may not be enough. Oh my god, are we gonna win because of the Polaris? I think we are.
Wind, aid my hand.
Nice. Thin margins here.
Victory.
I think part of the problem is that they haven't been making changes frequently enough, and every time they've gone about actually making changes, there's been 800 different little fires or big fires they're trying to put out where there's issues. So I think we definitely need buffs, and they definitely shouldn't make too many changes at once. but they should probably make small amounts of changes more frequently. Which hopefully they know that as well. Like, what's it called? One of the questions they asked in the survey was, would weekly balance changes be something that you want? So that's something that they're clearly thinking about. Timestone on 1 means we get to play a 3-drop on 2. God damn it, Bobby. I find it really strange whenever people are like, Jeff, weekly balance changes would be too frequently. Chat, adding +1 to a couple of cards that don't see play or see play but have an atrocious win rate every week is so far from too much, it's comical to say that it's too much. Like, should they do a list of changes like they made in the most recent balance patch every single week? Nah, probably not. That's probably arguably too much. But like, making a couple of really little changes every week, yeah, that sounds reasonable and great. Oh gosh, there's a green goblin too? Teenage Warhead, whatever. That was the best drawn by Duck. Easily. Polaris second best. This adds 11 to the center, and whatever their Plague Center has -1 from each of from the Soul Stone. The Teenage Warhead here, chat, blows the card up after it has its effects. So Surfer is gonna die, but he's gonna give +4 here and +4 here before he does. Yeah, I'd agree with the comment too, that you shouldn't make balance changes arbitrarily to hit some kind of quota. I would agree with that as well. Our weird stay.
Victory.
Yes, their deck just like wasn't very good against us filling our board, huh? In general, I think like making all of your balance changes or things you're thinking about doing be beholden to some metrics or KPI you're trying to like define that like is overarching and like these are the only times you make changes is kind of silly. It's definitely something that needs a human touch with boots on the ground interpreting what's actually happening. There's like, you know, if you do some regular passes for a while, maybe you hit a point in the game where there's no Crystal or Dazzler or Shauna level cards. And you just get to like let things ride, right? But as long as there's cards that have like those atrocious power levels in the game, yeah, you should like massage them every single week. Yeah, and honestly, there's people talk about how they don't balance or buff things because of like economic or greed reasons, and I really couldn't disagree with that more, because they actually have a pretty reasonable financial incentive to buff cards more frequently, because more cards being playable has more people upgrade their borders and want credits to upgrade them. It has more people want to buy sweet variants for cards that they can now play with. They're like, they stand to make more money from more cards being playable.
Wind, aid my hand.
I will say I'm kind of digging the Storm on 2 into 3-drop on 3 that this deck gets to do with Time Stone on occasion. It's a lot of fun. So we're at 5 here, but we've got Fister Mantastic as well as Surfer Bro to kick things up. We get to fill our curve nicely here with the stones, which is great. I don't want them to know that Surfer is coming. What do we think of this? The Reality Stone could get us in trouble. You want Space Right? I guess Space Right draws us another card, which is nice. I do want to draw another card, because I want another good 3-drop for next turn. Yeah, it's like, what's the percentage chance it ruins a play versus the 1 point mattering? The 1 point mattering seems unlikely. I'm staying. This is a snap thinking that they're winning the flooding, I bet.
All systems go.
Okay. We're tied. We're tied on the right. Thanks to our mister. And okay, if we're tied on the right, I should Juggernaut here, because I just want the most numbers everywhere. I could also have a Mr. Fantastic, I suppose.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Yeah, they just felt safe on the left and the right here. Doesn't matter where Spider-Man goes. Yeah, actually go win-win tie. Nice. Slick game.
Victory.
All right, now we're starting to jive. We had a rough start with this one, but things are coming together now. Some cubes in the box. Am I happy with my purchase of Teenage Warhead? I mean, I buy every card. I am getting a lot more playtime out of Teenage Warhead than I have out of a lot of other Series 5 cards in recent memory.
The universe shall be set right.
I think Teenage Warhead is genuinely good inside of these Daredevil controlling decks. We have played a lot of decks similar to what the previous opponent played with Daredevil and Professor X and Storm. We're playing one right now, in fact. You could only get Master Mold or Teenage Warhead. Which would you choose? I think it would come down to, am I more interested in playing with Daredevil or am I more interested in playing with Ronan? Because those are the kind of two cards that work with those things. Storm the center, I think.
Wind, aid my hand.
We do this. So if they don't play to here, Polaris actually ends up being a boon, right? Because she strands something in here that they're not doing anything with now. Now, this is where Juggernaut's more than a little awkward, because Juggernaut could hit something into the center on us. We have 7 cards left in my deck. I get to draw 2 of them. KM said that Teenage Warhead is nearly unplayable. Well, I don't think Teenage Warhead goes into any of the best decks in the format, and KM is very much a best decks only kind of person. But if you're into B-tier controlling Daredevil decks, I think Teenage Warhead seems like an excellent tool to have in that box. That's true. If they played a Sakara, we could win. Cosmo and Armor. Oh, and we don't get to know which side they're playing. We don't know which side is Shuri here. Oh, KM didn't even try Teenage Warhead in a Daredevil deck? Yeah, that's loose. Oh, feeling kind of dead, chat. Feeling kind of dead. I think the play to win line is we do this and we spike the Thanos off the top and we win Ninvaler with Thanos at 20 power. Two shots at our land. Who's now huge. There's just no way that plus 12's enough to win here, right? We're only going to 33. Meaning they need to put 2 cards with a total. I guess, have they played all their low cost stuff? They've played all their low cost stuff, right? I can't jug the left, chat. There's a Cosmo. They could have Titania. Yeah, that's true. We will lose to Titania plus something else. Do we lose to Red Skull? If they Red Skull, it's plus 18 to 36, but I get plus 4 to 37. I'm beating Red Skull. We're losing to Titania plus something else. They could have Titania plus something else. Will them Ben? They don't. Sick. Yeah, we beat Red Skull alone. Yeah, I think we're supposed to stay because they need Titania plus something else because they play most of the rest of their low drops. Yeah, they're on the retreat later gameplay. Yeah, I'm aware their Shuri hit the Cosmo. Their Red Skull would be 18 because of Dinvalar, not because of Shuri. Red Skull is 26 with Shuri. All right, non-subs, I'll see you in a couple of minutes. I think we're gonna play a little bit more of this one when we get back, and we're gonna be changing decks in not too long, but I'm kind of vibing with this one now, and I want to give it a little bit more time. Remember, as always, if you want to support my content and not see adverts on the channel and get around slow mode, subscribing is a great way to do that. Otherwise, catch you in a second. Good piece of art, chat. Hey, Elsa Dim, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the support. Welcome, welcome. Did they add more music to the game? I mean, I don't think it would hurt to add more music to the game, but I also don't know that I'd consider it a high priority. I would like it if they went the Magic Arena route and made it so there were multiple game boards that you played on. And then that each game board had different music. Yeah, like I really like how Magic Arena handles it. Runeterra does something similar too, right? Where your game board determines your music. Runeterra is probably the better route, honestly, to do that and sell it as a cosmetic that you make money off of. Yeah, it lets you like buy a board and then your board has different music on it. Magic Arena doesn't do the boards as cosmetics, but they're random and the different ones have different music. Game boards would be so much better than Avatar. There is a 0% chance that if they add game boards as a cosmetic, you'll get them from the collection level track. It is. Those are so much effort. I don't expect a cosmetic better than a variant to ever be in the track. Like, there's a reason why there aren't even card backs in the collection level track. The Avatar, they have to be aware that the avatars and titles suck. They're 100% just filler, so people don't get every variant too quickly. Listen, chat, if you're sick of getting avatars and variants from your collection level track, just spend more money and get avatar complete and title complete, and then you'll get a variant in every cosmetic reserve like me. Every 48 levels, I get a new variant because there's no more avatars or titles to get. Sterling, thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Thanks for sticking around. It is the 200 IQ play, I agree. Would love to storm the X Mansion. How long did it take to get all the avatars? I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't keeping track. It just happened incidentally. One of the days we opened a bunch of reserves, and I was like, oh, we got a variant every 4 reserves, didn't we? Being able to customize the frames and cosmetics of your cards is a highly requested feature. So I have to imagine it's on their radar, but I don't know that they've actually they haven't mentioned it on any of their roadmaps or things like that before, so I would wager that it's lowish priority. We pixel variant complete yet, not quite. Am I gonna do more in-depth explanation in tourney games? Yeah, for sure. We'll do a recast of the grand finals like that, like I did for the one match. I also think, time permitting, I want to try and see if they performed better. I'm gonna take some of my random ladder games that I do highlights with at some point and re-record over the top of them. It'll take more effort to do that for the content, but it will also probably result in a higher quality product. would be a lot more work, so it's hard to know how much more it'll result in terms of metrics. I would be very surprised if some variation of Thanos wasn't still very reasonable. In fact, I'd wager you could probably take the Thanos decks from before the patch and just play them verbatim with Quinjet replaced with your favorite other card, and they're fine. Okay, so we Professor X the left to lock this up because they're Cerebro 2, so they don't want to play there. And we've got Max plus another for Baxter Building. Oh yeah, they totally should have put Cerebro into Stark Tower. That's true, they messed that up. I think Thanos is a really sweet and novel thing to have in Marvel Step, and in general, I am glad that it is competitive. People running out the timer to the absolute max every single turn is so annoying.
All systems go.
Nice Cerebro deck. Nice Cerebro deck. And this, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, is why Cerebro's in a rough spot. Gotta run the rope all the way down again and then retreat. Cerebro 3 is better because you can kill Augur. Yeah, I guess. Cerebro 3 is just like a worse deck, though. The cards you have to play are not as good. We are 1,000% getting ghosted there. Not close. Just actual like, very easy, obvious play. Waited until things went all the way down to find out that they would be plus one over us. Because they lose the game to literally any, what, 3-power thing there alongside Maximus. Because they lose here and here to that.
The universe shall be set right.
What is ghosting? Ghosting means someone's likely watching the stream while we play. It's the, like, #1 reason they're, like, taking and running the turn timer down every single turn and then making an easy, obvious play. It's so weird seeing Quinjet and not needing to immediately go and be like, oh, are you Thanos? Do I want to pull Soulstone into Wakanda so I can Killmonger next turn? I think so. Seems reasonable. Got him. Got him. Are we gambling with Professor X? Now, I think we're probably far enough ahead after what we just did to them that we don't need to do that, huh? We do this, hoping to find our surfer here. We have two draws in it. Jug left could mess up Mystique. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Oh, I guess Maximus. I don't actually want I don't actually want to max them, right? You can die to a moon girl here. I'm only adding 6 over here. We're dead. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I think the jug the left on 5 was maybe a good read. Or sorry, on 6 with Professor X to mitigate the Mystique. This looks like the well, I was gonna say Rodin. It's just the Dino Hawk deck, right? Thanks, G-Totha. My sub has back issues. Thank you for the 31 months, Corral. Welcome back. Someone in that game said, do you think they'll make Teenage Warhead into an odd reveal? Why?
The universe shall be sent right.
Yeah, that would make her worse, and there's no need to make her worse. I'm not leaving because we're unfavored here. In fact, we're drawing from the Okoye deck. I just don't really enjoy playing real world games. And we're post-infinite, so I'm only going to play games that I want to play. Any advice to a new Shuri player trying to get out of the rank 80s? Not really.
Right.
Draw well. storm the Sakaar before it happens.
Wind, aid my
I don't really have any advice that's specific to the Shuri deck. Like, play your deck well, snap appropriately. Advice is kind of eternal, applies to everything. Hey, nice. The Draxu deck's very good, Cap. Congrats on your infinite. You. Do you intend to play a hardcore season playing serious for all 4 of the weeks? No. Not only does that sound like the opposite of fun for me, but the reward for doing really well all season in Marvel Snap and climbing up a bunch of ranks is getting put into a bot ELO hell where you no longer get to play against actual human beings anymore. Actually sounds like the worst possible decision I could make. I believe they're gonna play into the Trinity Range this turn. Oh, yeah. God, our brain is huge, chat. Dinner's ready. Come and get it. Bye, Felicia. You snapped me? This is a keg snap, right? 100% a keg snap? I really fucking hate this card. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Really fucking hate this card. Oh, the doo-dah day. We have now taken 90 seconds off of every... Woo! Did they beat us? Am I dead? What? They had the fucking peaked Taskmaster. Holy shit. Holy shit. Get rocked. The peak wasn't there anymore, chat. We'd forgotten all about it.
The universe shall be set.
Absolutely torched. We have a streamer you recommend or a video on what to do to train/be aware when playing competitive in TCG. I mean, there's not like a... That video doesn't exist, which is why I haven't made it. There's not like a, you follow these 6 easy tips and do this very narrow, limited set of thing, and then suddenly you're competitive in card games, right? Like, these games have so many different variables in them. There's so many little skills to master to be good. And like Snap even has more skills than others because Marvel Snap has snapping on top of actually playing your deck and understanding the game. There's a sub game in Marvel Snap on top of the rest of it. That's true. It does sound exactly like the type of video that would get published. I think the best answer to that is, after you lose, ask yourself what you could have done better with the information that you had. See, I think even that attitude misses a pretty key point. You shouldn't just be asking yourself, what could you have done better with the information you had after you lost? You should be asking yourself that question after every game. So many people fail to go back and evaluate their wins and not realize the mistakes that they made in games that they're winning as well. Just because you lost a game doesn't mean you made a mistake, and just because you won a game doesn't mean you shouldn't have been playing better. This is just like Tempo Max. Did they implement the infinite people only play infinite people with this patch? They did not. Likely a negative player. Could be negative. Could also be the Beast Bounce deck. This might be juke them with Reality Stone game next turn. Blue Marvel is Mr. Negative, for sure. So we'll go you, into you, into you. Close! Really close. Oh my god! The Iron Fist won them the game! Wow! Brutal. Savage. Wrecked. What an RNG fiesta. The Shadow is there, isn't it, a green border? Alright, I want to get one more decent game with this, and then we'll switch on over to playing something else for a little while.
The universe shall be set right.
When Shauna generates the Iron Fist, it fists her. Which is weird, but that's how it works. Listen, chat, we don't kink shame here. You let her like what she likes, okay? Well, these are certainly a set of locations, and we literally have every stone in our hand other than Reality Stone.
Escape. The universe shall be set right.
Let's spread these out. I think more egg's a little annoying for us. I'm gonna get rid of it. Bounce deck. Looks like a bounce deck. I'm just gonna go ahead and Killmonger here. That might fill Sacred Timeline this turn, yeah. Oh, maybe we're supposed to jug because we had priority, actually. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm supposed to do. We're supposed to jug there. To push this off. I messed that up.
Escape.
What decks did I end up submitting? I ran the bounce deck back for the first deck, and I submitted a Daredevil control deck for the second deck. We should probably play some of that at some point today, so I can get some more games in with it. We're supposed to play our match this weekend, and then the coverage is the following weekend. Mario was so bad for us. Not only did it mean we did not have stones to discard to Sokovia, but it meant we just didn't have a turn 2 play. I'll go ahead and fight over this here, I think. We have Surfer as well as Polaris to pull one of their 1-drops out of here. And we can obviously, like, peel a Killmonger as well. Yes! No! Fuck! Oh no! Oh no! God damn it! Man, this has been a rough set of games. I have really fucking misclicked a ton in these last games. Let's stand up. Let's stand up and shake it out. Our deck certainly won this game. I am a ham-fisted fucking idiot.
Escape.
That does not have muscle memory. I was excited to win the 50-50, and then she flipped up first, and I was like, oof.
The universe shall be set right.
Too many different and new things going on. Easy win, too. Is this one of your brews or a viewer deck? What is your goal in asking that question? What are you hoping to learn?
Wind, aid my hand.
I think we just do this to lock this up. Well, I'm not really gonna have room to play the stones out, so I don't know if Mind Stone really matters here. I guess this one just blows up. I say I want to thin the stones out of my deck here. Yeah, some kind of weird Spectrum deck, it looks like. Claw could be a real concern here. Claw into Spectrum wins the middle. Well, so like that's someone asked. Well, they just want an answer to the question, Jeff. This is why this is what I thought. The implication behind the question, Jeff, is this deck a brew, your brew, or a viewer submission is that I hear the implication is that you think a deck is more worthwhile to play it if you brewed it. That's a shitty implication to have. The idea that a deck is less worth playing if someone other than myself built it is a shitty bias to have when you come into my stream or any stream. You should take a step back and evaluate what a deck is doing based on its merits, not based on arbitrarily who built it. I build shit decks all of the time. Like, the Beast Bounce deck, for example, is getting a lot of praise right now, but I built a ton of really terrible decks trying to figure out the details on that, working that out, right? It shouldn't matter where an idea comes from for you to give it a reasonable pass on. Yeah, it's so weird. Also, it really shouldn't matter where a deck came from. Like, it shouldn't matter if it came out of my brain or someone else's brain. The idea of deck ownership and chasing where the source of a deck is very silly. Because, like, what if my viewer copied it from somewhere else and copied it from somewhere else? It's just a useless fucking question. I don't know. Maybe I should be better at ignoring useless fucking questions. Maybe I should just ban people for asking them rather than rambling. I should just remove people rather than rambling about it. That's on me. I really hate all of the culture around deck ownership bullshit like that. It's so frustrating.
This land is always changing.
Escaped. The universe shall be set right.
Yeah, that's the real reality. Most decks in card games like Marvel Snap are being built by the people that are designing the cards. Occasionally, something will slip through the cracks that they didn't notice, but a lot of these, especially with how few cards there are overall in Marvel Snap, are relatively cookie cutter. This is what the devs envisioned happening. Yep. I really hope Plunder Castle has its rarity get increased at some point. It's such an obnoxious location.
Wind, aid my hand.
Well, I don't think they can block warriors. Damn it! Rats.
Escaped. The universe shall be set right.
That's good for us. I think negative decks are viable without Bass. I think without Bass, the Mr. Negative deck is incredibly high variance and inconsistent. Because you have a hard time winning the game without drawing Mr. Negative.
Wind, aid my hand.
So, at this point, I've gotten a bunch of use out of the Elysium. I think I just cut it off now before they get a chance to leverage it. Too much. Opponent meta. Oopsie like we've been making. Yeah. We've been there. We've been there, opponent. We've had a few of those this morning. I feel you. We all have those moments.
The universe shall be set right.
Stone, lovely. Do you know which cards will drop to Series 3 next month? Yes. Valkyrie, Shuri, Bast, Black Panther, and Super Skrull. Like, what's the bad one? Like, there's a bad one in there I always forget. Super Skrull.
Opponent snapped.
Seems like a solid snap. Might be able to stake the left here. I don't know that we could win the other two locations even if we did.
Escaped.
Does getting Series 4 cards chance go up when your Series 3 complete, or did you make that up? You made that up. Acquire Series 4 cards off the collection level track at the exact same rate. once you are Series 3 complete.
The universe shall be sent right.
For tournaments, what would you think of a single deck format with a 3-card sideboard? That would be my preferred Marvel Snap tournament format. I would greatly prefer a side deck to multi-deck. I think side deck formats tend to reward people who want to brew in card games more than multi-deck formats do. It's so difficult to impossible to brew multiple competitive, reasonable decks and focus on how to play them, that in multi-deck formats, most people end up bringing at least one or more just stock good decks. Whereas with a side deck style format, you simply have to have a plan for the top decks and be able to adjust accordingly for them. Wouldn't sideboards be almost strictly tech cards? Yeah. But it would also mean you just don't play decks that are just hosed.
Played my hand.
Sideboards would make decks like Galactus suck in the competitive format. Side decks make it so decks that have incredibly polarized matchups into specific cards don't see play, which is a good thing. Incredibly polarized matchups fucking suck. It's just a pile of Silver Surfer cards, Burgle, that's trying to, I think they're a Valk deck, and I'm gonna Professor X the middle before they can Valk us here. That's trying to, fill the curve that Surfer normally has issues with Thanos Stones. It's been pretty solid, honestly. This is the deck that Cozy's bringing for the tournament. Oh, this is the Patriot deck. Are they locked out now? Looks like they're locked out.
Victory.
Yes, these are the 12 cards that Cozy is playing in the top 6 of the tournament that I'm also playing in. So he's one of the 5 people in the lower bracket. I beat him in the first round, but he's been making a run up the lower. Yeah, we have a great spread of decks for the top 6 there. Agree. When are these tournaments happening? The top 6 is being played out over the course of the next 3 days off stream. And then post-production and editing is going to happen along with adding commentary over the top. And that'll be available for people to watch on the 983 YouTube channel next weekend. Yeah, everybody changed decks post-patch. Burgle, I think this is a card you would enjoy. I'll suffix that with, I think she's basically only good in Daredevil interactive decks. But inside of Daredevil interactive decks, she feels really good. If you aren't set on playing Daredevil, I would not buy Warhead. She feels good with Daredevil. Are they also Thanos? They're also Thanos. One thing that's felt a little awkward about this deck is that I keep having points like this where it's like, I guess I'm just like playing a Juggernaut out for the sake of playing it out. I keep having a bunch of cards that like have abilities that are reactive that I don't really want to play out. And Deerin, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate the almost entire year of support. And Shoyun, thank you for the 4 months. Good morning, good morning. I think I want to save the Killmonger for the last turn to blow up the left.
Wind, aid my hand.
Think we've lost the left. I guess we could Maximus to fight there, but I don't know that I really want to do that. What if I do this in the middle and then we Killmonger plus Surfer over here on the last turn? I kind of like that. This only puts us to 7 on the left. I guess this leaves us to Spectrum left. Or sorry, it puts us to 9 on the left because of Fantastic. Yeah, Killmonger makes their lizard bigger, but it also gets rid of the Soul Stone, right? This is the problem with the Khazar Spectrum version of Thanos. It is incredibly susceptible to... It's incredibly susceptible to Killmonger. Alright, I think we've been on this one long enough. Let's go ahead and switch off to something else, I think, for a little bit. Let's try a all series 3 deck. They do poorly on the YouTubes, but we can showcase them here still. What's the play pattern trying to beat Shuri with Warhead? You need to draw it, draw Daredevil, and snipe on 5. Yeah, maintain priority. Goose and Storm can help a little bit when you don't have Daredevil to predict where they're going, which is nice. I do not believe OSX or iOS is on the Untapped roadmap. Untapped and other trackers will never work on iOS because iOS believes you are a tiny child that needs to be protected from yourself so they don't give you access to your own software. A tracker is theoretically possible to have work on OSX, but I don't know that they're currently working on that. Zero. I think this is a pass on 3, She-Hulk into 0 next turn, into Maximus the following turn to snag the Asgard.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, the Bifrost happens first, right? Right, I'm pretty sure the Bifrost happens first. We slide, then we draw. Okay, and then let's go. I have 0 here currently, so let's 0 into Lizard. I wanna spread out here so I have priority going into the last turn, so I can Shang-Chi. So I can Shang-Chi their big thing. Ah. Well, shit. I guess strong. We lose. This deck just has so many tools to not give a shit about the interaction you can play for it. It's a hard knock life. That wasn't even a 50-50 technically, right? We were a 1 in 3, or worse than 50-50. In my experience playing in the format since they've changed it, Shuri is likely as good or possibly better than before, with that they no longer need to play around Arrow. But at a minimum, they were hurt very minimally. Or at most, I should say, not at a minimum. At most, they were hurt very minimally. Right on time, Sunspot. Welcome to the party. Dr. Doom to pair with She-Hulk is great. If we're playing for keeps, you would want to snap here. Iceman into Danger Room is perfectly fine. Soak up some sun here on the right. Long scary. Is there anything that beats Doctor Doom here? Their own Doctor Doom would beat us. They could be playing Specimen's deck. Nimrod doesn't beat... Nimrod into Danger Room could beat us, that's true. A lucky Nimrod in Danger Room would beat us. Captain Marvel. No, Captain Marvel only wins one location. They can't play 2 cards, I waived them. I have priority. Yeah, Doctor Doom is the card that beats us, I believe. Or do I win the Breaker? It's a 20 power Doom. We might win the Breaker, actually. Oh, no, because we lose the left. There's not a Breaker. They have double Doom. Yeah. Someone asked if I only play Genshin on stream when it's sponsored. That is correct. I play Genshin almost every day off stream, but viewer metrics for it just aren't great. Arrow mid, She-Hulk right, beat Doom. Would we win the Breaker there? No, we'd lose the center by 1, right? Because I was at 10, or we lose it by 2 because they'd have a 20 power thing. They'd win left and center. Hey, Cool Hand Sean, thanks for the 5 months. No, we wouldn't tie the left because if I was arrowing, I wasn't playing my own Doctor Doom. I can't arrow and play our own Doctor Doom, chat. That's not how Marvel's net works. Works in paper. It's true, you know. Yes. Okay, so if they Patriot, the center only goes up by 2, which usually goes up by 4 to 14. They could Patriot Mystique, which would let them go up to 18. Patriot Mystique would add 12 on the left. What does this lose to? This is beating Patriot Mystique, right? So I go to 15 to 14 on the left. Oh, I guess I'd be... If they Patriot on the left, they would be 15 as well. I should 0 left. Yeah, that's true. I think we're right to stay there.
Victory.
We're beating all of their buffs here for the center. I think we're beating most of them here. But we have lost to Patriot Mystique Wasp. Patriot Mystique Wasp would have put them to 14. We would have lost to Patriot Mystique Wasp. That's 3 cards though. I don't think we play around that. So we would have lost to that, but I think losing to that is still worth staying in for. God of Roar, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Clan Sean, appreciate the 5 months. Yeah, I think the Bass Patriot deck with Valkyrie is very reasonable. I think Valkyrie along with Storm are the 2 big winners from this recent balance patch in terms of power level increase. Both very good cards. That got a bit better with Arrow being adjusted. These locations suck.
Escaped.
When you're saying decks have a 60% win rate, they have a 60% win rate where, based on what sample from what people? Where are you pulling that stat for? So it's from Snap.fan, but what's your sample size on there? And where are you pulling those stats from? Are they all players? Are they players at the top ranks? Like those details really matter for sure. Snap.fan's groupings are a little bit awkward in my experience. They only let you look at very specific ranges on things. With Wave getting pushed to 4 here, we're gonna pass on 3 and She-Hulk on 4 because we can't wave into She-Hulk plus another on 6 anymore because we'll only be giving up 1 extra energy on 6. I was like, oh, we're gonna fight over Hala, but there. Rhinoing that makes sense. Looks like we are playing against Cerebro 3. I think with the Bast in the center here, I want to go ahead and Cosmo here to keep them off of Valking me. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. I appreciate you being here. Can't believe Jeff would stream snipe like that. The sniper was coming from inside the house the whole time. Hulk is probably one of the better pixel arts to set a low bar. It's a low bar, but she manages to clear across it. I was just about to say, I don't really have a good play on turn 3 here, but nowhere. Opens us right on up for that. Could have also played the Cosmo we drew, but playing into nowhere here is great. Let's continue to play on curve here. Looks like we're playing against a Shuri deck. They don't have the deck's namesake, though. Oh, shit. Well? Well? I was gonna wave. Be very quiet. Early event. All right.
Victory.
Weird game. All right, I need to run to the restroom really quick. I'm gonna hit an ad roll. It's about time for that. Anyways, I'll see you in 2 minutes, non-subs. We're gonna keep jamming with this deck for a little bit because I like to make sure we get in some content with something a little bit more accessible after a patch. We played a lot of Series 5 cards, so this is all Series 3 stuff, and it seems to be pretty reasonable. Hear me. Oh, they Cosmo'd their 0 that game. That's funny. I missed that. Yeah, you're right. That's totally what happened. A comment on the April bundle breakdown video. Are Token Tuesdays worth it if you have all of Pool 3? That is the question this video answers. That is the goal. Any decks standing out in the first few days after the patch? There's this really sweet, scrappy, up-and-coming deck. It uses Shuri to double up a Red Skull, and then you copy the Red Skull with Taskmaster. And occasionally people will try and Shang-Chi you, but you can play Armor and Cosmo to get around their ability to interact with you. All right, we kept Shang-Chi. That's good. Oh, Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl is what I expected. This start usually means Shuri. Opponent's cooking a little bit with their Squirrel Girl. I am not joking when I say this, and I really wish I was. Someone commented on the last video I posted about Shuri this morning, letting me know that they lost 40 cubes with it in an hour, and that the deck was very bad. Chad, I got bad news for you about any deck you lose 40 cubes in an hour with. The problem's not the deck. Yeah, the Dracula Spew deck is a good shout. I'm gonna Infant on us somewhere here. You know, maybe I should have played the She-Hulk last turn so I could Doctor Doom this turn. Like, I'm just soaking up the sun one more time. They're snapping me. Next turn I can She-Hulk plus Lizard plus Shang-Chi. A minute to win it. Yeah. What's my opinion on Arrow? I think Arrow is mostly unplayable at this point, and I could never imagine putting her in my deck again. Speaking of Arrow, we'll want to put She-Hulk over here on the right on the off chance they have that card. That seems unlikely. Spread out here across the board and play for all 3 locations. That's true. Max also is potentially disruptive to a Dracula if they have it. They have 4 cards in hand. Okay, we probably hold the left here. Holy shit, that's a destroyer. Oh my god, did we lose? Fuck, we lost by 1? Holy shit. We lost by 1 on both sides. Ugh. Ugh. Rest in pepperonis us. I almost put Lizard on the left or the right. Yeah, we lost to the She-Hulk nerf. We lost to the She-Hulk nerf. I almost put Lizard on the left or the right. I probably should have just assumed they felt safe in the middle. That's on me. I should have had Lizard on one of the sides. That's my fault. They probably felt safe in the middle with the Infant out there. There's very little reason to think the Shang-Chi wouldn't clear it out. Yeah, the Dracula Zoo deck's very good. Super, super reasonable archetype. Our game board here is a little dim and negative. We can start calling it Reddit for short. I come down to the center here. Ah, close game. Okay, so we lost the priority coin flip this turn, but there's another priority coin flip to a completely tied next turn, and Cosmo into the Angela path if we have priority next turn is a huge deal. So when players are tied, it's random who has priority. We lost the flip, sad. We can still play Max under our Cosmo at least.
Clear for takeoff.
I think I'm just gonna wave, so if we draw She-Hulk, we're in a really good spot.
All systems go.
Damn. There's a world where this wins the game. Probably not living in it.
Victory.
A 0 into Lizard, I think. The Scorpion, the Lizard without ability is what gets copied.
Wind, aid my hand.
Got him. Got him. I'm gonna pull whatever their play is this turn into Clintar where we're ahead. And then we'll Doctor Doom to fan out across the board and play for all three next turn. Yeah, Storm into Sinister London when you're behind on priorities are a rough one. snapping back there might even be wrong. Maybe we're just supposed to take the 4 cubes. I think they were bluffing. Yeah, we're probably just supposed to let it ride instead of pushing them out. They can leave if I snap them back. It felt right. It felt like I was getting disrespected, chat. Yeah, they can only leave after they snap if we snap back. We're sending a message. It wasn't the cube optimal play, but the message was sent. Yeah, but we could have let them donate 3 extra cubes, right? Hey, Shrubish. Thank you for the 2 months, by the way. Appreciate it. Now this is a good snap. This is in fact just a good card stack. We have a small combo with Wave and She-Hulk, but other than that, we're just playing like pretty good on-rate things with some good disruptive elements. Okay. Okay, I'll play your game. Call. All right, we've got 2 draws of Doctor Doom here. Nailed it.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Oh shoot. Oh good, Wave went center. We needed one of our 2 things to go center. So I want to not have to trigger this. And I think Doom is better than... Is Doom better than Arrow here? I think it is. One of these could be Hazmat. I need more stats. Whoa! Get Professor X. Are we good because of Dr. Doom still? That was a sick line. Woo! They didn't think we could get into the Strange Academy.
Victory.
Whoo! Yeah, Doom over Arrow is definitely better into that. Slick. Close game. We played any discard today. We have not. It's on my list. I've got a giant list of decks I want to get back around to. There's so many things I want to try. Post changes. I do not think Wave is a replaceable card in this deck. Wave and She-Hulk are must-haves. ledge. The Nova is worrisome because it means Killmonger is a thing I need to be concerned about. I think we just pull whatever it is they're doing into the center here to try and fill this up, and then we Doctor Doom to win here and here. Doom is such a good card. Helps you mitigate so much location variance. If they Shang-Chi us middle and play something too big on the right, they could get us. We win the breaker here, right? Yeah. God, he's so good. This fantastic split and variant for him as well. Oh, there's Shane got Sokovia. Yeah, I think you're right. Yes, we won that game because of the Nova nerf. That's a good shout. Accurate. I think Cerebro 2 is a very good deck if you don't play against the good decks. But I think it's very mediocre against both Shuri and Thanos still. There's less Thanos, there's still a lot of Shuri. Obviously, Marvel Snap's a game you should play for fun, and you should follow your heart. But, yeah. It's certainly in a little bit of a rough spot overall if your goal is to be as competitive as possible. We're dead because of the stupid Mindscape, which is a shame because our hand is so good.
Escaped.
I don't have enough credits to upgrade my inked cards even if I wanted to, chat. Everybody is short on credits, even large sea creatures like myself. Sunspot on both sides. I feel like Sunspot could probably stand a good old permanent scorpioning. It's probably still very playable as a 1-0. I don't want to Cosmo Shuri. Honestly, I think I just don't Cosmo because I'm getting the same amount of stats just soaking energy into Sunspot. And ideally, I want to be able to Shang-Chi places against their deck. But Zero the Lizard here. Folks asking about Zero earlier. Zero can not only wipe text off of Lizard and Maximus that we'd rather not be there, but we can also just like play Zero behind a Cosmo to make sure that it doesn't negatively impact us. It is still 3 stats for 1 resource. Thanks, Kashan. Glad you enjoyed it. There's been this really common sentiment in the Marvel Snap community, kind of like crapping on the idea that the Shuri deck isn't exciting. And like, I personally don't enjoy playing with the Shuri deck, but I'm also very much aware of the fact that there are a lot of people that play card games like Marvel Snap that just enjoy making really big numbers. And it's real big yucking energy to be like, oh, it's silly to call this exciting. It's fine for you to not enjoy that, because I'm not really into it either, but like, big numbers go burr is something that a lot of people really like, and that's fine, but you don't have to like shit on the thing that they like. We're gonna add 14 to the middle, and we're gonna add 5 to the left. The keg snap. Can I have my 90 seconds back, please? Would like my 90 seconds back, please. Yeah, I think this is a Kagan to retreat for them. Trying to envision a card they could reasonably be playing that beats us here. We're even beating Captain Marvel, right? Because we're going to 21 in the middle and Captain Marvel into Shuri's lab. They could have Captain Marvel into Shuri's lab plus another 1-drop in the middle, but it's pretty rare for this deck to have 1-drops outside of... No, they can't play 2 cards because I waived, actually. Yeah, they don't have anything that beats me here. Yeah, the number of people and comments that I've seen that have basically been to the effect of Glenn Jones doesn't understand Marvel Snap and shouldn't be doing balance stuff because he thinks Shuri is exciting is just like so mind-bogglingly frustrating. It's just like, they're just, yeah, it's very, yeah, it's exactly what I said. Is it Marvel into Lab 14? Ooh, would it have been? Oh yeah, I forgot about the Cudlun bonus, right? I forgot about the Cudlun bonus. They're not on Marvel, apparently, or they didn't have it, but you're right. The Cudlun would have done us in. I missed that. I missed the location. Yeah, it's funny. So, Glenn Jones was actually the Star City Games main coverage person when I first started traveling to play in those tournaments, like, God, fuck, was that 2012? 11 years ago? So I knew him from doing content. I'm sure there are a couple of decade-old YouTube videos at this point of me and him sitting at a Star City Games table doing a deck tech or two. Cedric did commentary. Glenn was like the on the floor point person that did like interviews and pulled matches and stuff for them. So he wasn't on match talent. I'm not sure exactly what the official title for what he did was. All right, there's a Sanctum. We just need our Doom bots to sneak on in there.
This just in.
It's just it. Getting the card from Daily Bugle that we ice banned feels only fair. Okay, could have gone worse. All right, it's relatively even. Without, is this just like a soak into wave into Hulk Doom? I think it is, right? This is my 11 power 1 drop. Don't mind him. And then we'll wave here because we'll want a She-Hulk plus Doom here to max out our expansion stats.
Opponent snapped.
They also passed. They could be a She-Hulk deck as well. Was Sunspot this good before She-Hulk released? It was still pretty good. It's obviously extra good with She-Hulk, but it saw a lot of play, yeah. And their Infinite's out, so I'm not worried about that. Even if they have something like Giganto for the left that only puts them to 25, and we're going to 31. Sorry, they go to 27, because they get 2 on the Sunspot as well, because of Wave. But so less than us, and our Doom covers the center. Yeah, if they have a She-Hulk plus another big thing, we do lose. But I have to imagine based on their tanking here, they don't, right? They have it? Wow, what is this play? What a weird play. Why?
Victory.
I'm very confused why they would not just play their lads on the left. We would have been very dead to... They just like overthought it, huh? They like leveled themselves? Yeah, maybe they weren't expecting me to play for the center. Maybe they weren't expecting me to be able to play into the center and they assumed that Baku would get it. Oh, yeah, maybe they were concerned with Shang-Chi. Because they had priority, right? Okay, Shang-Chi was their concern, I would bet. That's why they tanked. I mean, we are a Shang-Chi deck, right? That's a good call out. Shang-Chi's the reason why they were taking and why they ended up splitting. Do you like the prism finish or foil finish? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know that I can tell the difference between the prism finish and the foil finish. What is this one? This is the prism finish. Is this the other one? Is this the foil finish? Maybe I can kind of tell. Yeah, this is foil finish. I guess the background's like a little blocky. This is definitely a Doctor Doom deck. Just like sitting here hoping to draw Doctor Doom again. Ooh, they get to move somebody to Luke's bar. Luke! They can move Luke to Luke's bar, chat. I think we're dead. Cosmos blocking the Devil Dino. I didn't get Doom to be able to contest the bar. We just bounced before Luke throws us out. An inked Archer She-Hulk last night. Nice. I'm waiting for the Peach Momoko She-Hulk variant before I dump all my boosters into one. Hopefully they put that one in a bundle so I can buy it directly. I've got a lot of She-Hulk boosties chilling. Yeah, I'll see a second Hulk. Now, Zabu does mean they're likely a Shang-Chi deck, which means this is going to be a Cosmo to the left game. I think we want to just do that this turn, in fact, rather than potentially playing with fire. They are a Dark Hawk deck. They also have a copy of Doctor Doom. Okay.
Opponent snapped.
I think I'm supposed to leave here. That's close though. Zabu lets them play 2 cards through wave. We need to draw Shang-Chi, which there's 3 rocks in our deck, so that's unlikely. Yeah, I don't think this does it, right? I think we were supposed to retreat when they snapped because of how Zabu interacts with wave.
Escaped.
Without the Shang-Chi in hand. If we had the Shang-Chi in hand, I think we could chill there, but without it, time to go. Being on curve is lovely. I think I'm just soaking on Sunspot, because on the off chance that I draw something that I don't want to zero and play next turn, I don't want to be locked into zeroing. Okay, looks like I have some crap deck from the opponent here. I think we're just teeing ourselves up to win Center and Death's Domain, most likely. Honestly, snapping here is probably a good idea. I don't think they're going to be able to beat us in the big house. I don't think they can put stats in Death's Domain. Woo! That was almost a disaster. All right, well, they get to find out that they should leave. They get to find out that they should leave. They're pumping, chat. Can we fit Red Skull in here? Yeah, I thought about it. I don't know, I just think I want Arrow more. I think the control from Arrow when I'm waving on 5 is still really good. Does this deck work without Zero? Yeah, I think Zero's probably replaceable. Play a different 1 or 2 drop that you like. She-Hulk and Wave are the 2 big cards that aren't really replaceable in this deck, in my opinion. Doctor Doom's pretty important too. Like the other Series 3 cards you could take or leave or replace with other things, but Wave, She-Hulk, and Doctor Doom are your big hitters. To your opponent, please don't Killmonger me. The discarded Bishop, Bast, and Marvel, probably negative. You feel like the pace of releasing new variants is good. The biggest problem with a lot of the new variant releases at Marvel Snap is that when they just release variants into the general variant pool, it's so difficult to impossible for people to actually get them, right? I think the rate of like variants and bundles they've been doing a few times a month is good, but the fact that they don't put every new variant through some kind of bundle to purchase right away and you gotta wait for them to show up in your shop really sucks. Oh, they're the Bass Patriot deck. I said, so they're a Valkyrie deck, chat. Is something to be aware of here. So our Sunspot is in danger. You're a day late and a few barks short, Mr. Cosmo.
Escaped.
All right, I'm gonna hit the old ad roll while I finish the last few bite of my lunch here. When we get back, let's do some discard when we get back. We're gonna play some Mo Dockerson when we get back. Get you in a couple minutes. It is mind-boggling to me. I don't think I have that deck. I don't have a highlight of that one on the YouTube video yet. 5 across, that's what we're recording for this next week. It is mind-boggling to me how many people felt that playing against people already in Infinite on the ladder is unfair. If you sat down at a poker table and you said, all these people playing real fast and fucking loose with their money and they don't give a shit if they win or lose, get them out of here, the real sharks would look at you like you had 3 heads on, and they'd be like, no, you don't take my fast and free money away. Like, it's legitimately, it's gonna get harder to climb to Infinite for people when you can't pair into Infinite people anymore. Because people at Infinite pump like no other. It's gonna get so much more difficult when you don't have free fucking cubes for people at the top just being like, nah, I don't care, take them. There's this like perception of like, okay, it's unfair for me to hit someone in Infinite because they're a better player than me, but like, they're not a better player than you. That's why you're queuing into them. Your MMRs are similar. It's a real monkey paw type thing. You've never run into people at Infinite throwing away cubes like that, to your knowledge, that you recall. And yeah, there's still some people that like stay sweaty in Infinite through the very end, but that's very much not the average case. It depends on what your goal is for poker, Adrendas. If your goal is to make money, or in the case of Marvel Snap cubes, you want all of the free money with people playing fast and loose at the table. If your goal is to show off your skill as a poker player and not just purely make money, then yeah, playing against other high caliber people is a good goal to have. Dark Forest, thanks for the 5 months, appreciate the prime. I'll have a video covering all of my thoughts on the data mined upcoming card releases up on the YouTube channel tomorrow. I wanted to post the bundle breakdowns first today. I like to only post one non-gameplay video per day. Dark Forest, thanks for the 5 months, welcome back. The argument for people playing for unequal stakes is a valid one. People find it less fun if you're sweating every cube and the other side can afford to take big lost things. But that's a psychology thing, though. There are a lot of people who aren't currently infinite yet. Who also don't care about their cubes, but you do. Like, it's very much a psychology thing. Did someone cast leech on my hairline? Listen, bud, I'm an over 30, mildly overweight, happily married dude with 3 kids. Like, who am I trying to impress? Certainly not some mouth-breathing motherfucker in my Twitch chat that thinks they're clever, pointing out the fact that I don't have any goddamn hair. Congratulations on having eyes, I think. Your mother must be very proud of your ability to see. To some of you out there, being cringe is an action you take occasionally. For me, it is a way of life. Walking in and insulting someone's appearance like that is actually just like the laziest, lowest IQ take. It's like raising your hand in the class and letting us know that you're not clever in the slightest and have nothing interesting to have fall out of your mouth. So we know that we have Lady Sif happening here. I don't think I want a Modoc. Why don't I embrace the baldness? Chat, I make the decision about how much hair I leave on the top of my head the same way I make all other decisions I don't have strong feelings about. I look at my wife and I say, do you care about this thing? To which she says, I would prefer you didn't shave your head, and in which case I shrug and go, okay, it's less work anyways, we'll leave it alone. The key to being happily married for a significant portion of time, my wife and I are celebrating our 10-year anniversary this year, is learning to not fight about stuff that you don't care about. And that's not to say that you should let your significant other make every decision, but it's just to say that, well, if you really don't care about something, don't pick a fight over it. It's like, if she has a strong opinion on something and I could care less, then she gets to pick. Because if she really cares and I don't, like, great, enjoy. And it's not even about just like picking battles, Kyle, so much as it's like, because I feel like picking battles has a negative connotation, so much as it's picking the things that you care about and only making something into a battle if it actually matters, right? That would be the articulation of my point. Is like, don't pick a fight over something that you don't give a shit about just for the sake of trying to win. Morbius into Mystique copying Morbius. Morbius is easily the best opener this deck has. Mr. Kang. If you never try to win, you can never lose. Man, those are some wise words. Are we Kanging here for the sake of Lady Sif guaranteeing us a helicarrier hit. I think I am. I think I am kanging for the sake of guaranteeing the helicarrier hit. Hey, Jeff, did someone cast leech on your ability to take bullshit from idiots on the internet? And if so, how can I get the same done to me? Not Dr. Doom. Sick. Sick. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. There's a phrase in soccer here in Brazil: the fear to lose takes away your will to win. Yeah, there's a similar concept in card games where we often talk about playing to win versus playing to not lose. That's definitely a real thing that I think people mess up on occasion. All right, so if I play Mr. Dockerson over here, he's plus 14 on the left, putting us to 23. He's also plus 6 over here. We need 15 to hold right, or... Ah! Does 10 hold center? No! Polaris is so good. No, I've talked about that before, Hat. I think that would be the perfect solution to retreat later. Big agree that would be a good implementation. Samian, thank you for the 29 months. I don't emote people back because using emotes doesn't spark joy for me. And my life is short. So I do things that make me happy and avoid things that don't. Ooh. Win the Baxter building, win the game, chat. I'll push the button. Feeling good. They didn't play Electro into Murder World, which means they either messed up or they think the 2 points of stats is worth more than their ability to play an additional card. Which could be true. They could just, like, not ever need to play an additional card. Colleen, been the Gambit here. Ooh, could also just be Galactus. Okay, Sandman means not Galactus. That also makes sense on the... I'm actually not going to snap and play the Kang, because I want to discard the Kang to make Morbius bigger. I also already snapped. JK. JK, LOL. They could also have Dr. Doom here, so this might not be a win the Baxter building, win the game type scenario. Yeah. We are actually dead to Odin here still, though, right? Because Odin will put them to 13 on the left while we're only going to 12. For those wondering why I'm not playing Swarm, there's a giant Sandman animation on the screen to let you know why. We just play ourselves? Like, we just played ourselves? Rip. We were dead either way there, right? A comment in chat during that game when someone said, "I'm over 40 and I want to start streaming, but my wife says it's silly. What do you think?" I mean, I think it's silly if you think firing up a stream could turn into a source of revenue or a job for you. But I think if you just want to stream because you think you would have fun talking through your gameplay actions while you're taking them, and maybe there could be some people that show up eventually, I think there's no reason not to do that. My number one piece of advice when it comes to making content is I always tell people, if you think you would have fun doing it, you should do it and have fun doing it. And if it turns into something great, and if it doesn't, it's not a big deal because you were just doing it to have fun to begin with. Do you have a favorite card? Yeah, Beast is one of my favorite cards. Viper's up there for pet cards for me, that's true. I get Galactus, Thanos, or start streaming. To be fair, Galactus and Thanos are cheaper than starting to stream. Bounce deck. We do miss my draw next turn here now. Oh wait, if I Kang. Oh no, it's only turn 4. I say if I Kang, I get around that, but I don't. They're gonna draw 2 more cards out of their deck. Says Hawk's only 6. I think it's possible to enjoy free-to-play. I think that's a deeply subjective question, and it depends on how you derive enjoyment from games like this. I think we're most of it here. It's super clunky.
Escaped.
That's true. The best thing about free-to-play games is you can try them. And if you enjoy the free experience, you can play it. And if you don't, you can bounce out. Hey, if we could please stick to English characters in chat, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. You know what happens if you bast a Mysterio and then Luke Cage? Yeah, the original Mysterio will have 4 power, and the Mysterio clones will have 3. Luke Cage doesn't prevent you from getting bonuses, but it stops you from being penalized. Okay, we're hoping to draw Swarm or Helicarrier here, so we can go Wong into MODOK, make my Collector and Morbius huge. Yeah, honestly, it makes it... Snap's model, especially once you get Series 3 complete, makes it really pretty reasonable to be a smaller no-spender. Like, the $10 a month season pass line getting you half of the releases in a given month and then some is, like, really pretty reasonable. Ayo, there's a swarm. I don't think they're gonna Cosmo base as local man. We get leeched, I suppose. They're a Bishop Thanos deck, chat. They never do something indecent like leech me, right? Is it Reality Stone? I'm sure. All right, grow, my children, grow. Is it possible to get a gold background by upgrading ink variants? It is, yeah. So the only impact the existing variant has, or the existing split has on subsequent splits, is that you can't get the exact same split twice. Gosh, it feels weird to me that swarms created after Wave had triggered get sent to 4. Always, that interaction always feels strange. Like, I could see if they were 0 and then Wave happens, they go to 4. But the fact that they go to 4 retroactively after the fact feels weird. Oh my god, we lost the breaker by 1! Oh, we lost the breaker by 1! Rip. It's almost like she's not an on reveal, she's like temp ongoing. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. She's not really an on reveal effect. Thanos lost to the Thanos buff, chat. Lost to the Thanos buff. Miles and Stature both cost 1 after you get waved. All right, board's looking a little dicey for Mr. Modockerson. He's hoping for a less hostile third location here. Okay, that one's only temporarily hostile. We accept. Oh god, we're about to get Cosmoed, aren't we? They're leaving! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Put the Keg Cube in the bag, chat. So the big reason Keg is in this deck is he lets you spot check if they're about to fuck with your Wong on turn 5. He's like Wong insurance. That goes with my grand unified theory of King. The more specific the thing is you're looking for, the better he is. Yeah, I'd buy that for $1. Okay, so we want to draw Morbius in the next couple of turns here. Because we want to go Wong into Morbius, Lady Sif, into Modokerson, win with Morb, win with Collector. Our two best draws here are Morbius, followed by Swarm. Fortunately, I think we have died. I guess I could do this, and then we could play Apocalypse to the right. I guess Collector's probably not quite big enough though to win the middle, huh? If we needed a Swarm here. We needed Swarm or Morbius this turn. If we'd have found Swarm or Morbius, I think we win this game, despite the Sakaar diff at the start.
Escaped.
If Swarm was sitting here next to me, chat, I'd punch him in the mouth. Not because he showed up a turn late, but he's a fucking Nazi. You should always punch Nazis in the mouth. Can someone can double check my Borthos on that, right? This is a Nazi B experiment, right? Confident this is in the same. That was my understanding. Can't confirm. All right, good. Jeff's marble Vorthos on point. Good. Am I playing Ghost? I don't think I want to lose priority. That can stay in hand. Swarm was one of Hitler's top scientists. Look at that. The more you know. Collector was actually our pick. Oh no. All right, let's do it again. I think we actually lose, right? Because the Dr. Octopus. Wait, okay. So I want to play this here, so that way this pulls in. Oh, I forgot we were gonna draw something else. That's sick. Okay, so we do this, and then Collector comes in, and then if we're really lucky, this pulls this, and we discard one of these. Okay, bin the helicarrier. Ugh. Well. All right, we need Wong followed by Modokerson. Without playing with Kitty Pryde at all, I would wager that Teenage Warhead is probably the most playable of the card releases this month. But that's a huge grain of salt type comment because I haven't touched Kitty Pryde yet. Well, we drew the cards I wanted to draw, but We got Professor X. I think Kitty Pryde's probably gonna be playable. You think that's a huge hot take?
Escaped.
I don't know. Like, Kitty Pryde's gonna enable Collector, which is sweet. But, like, I'd be shocked if she's, like, better than Sunspot in most decks, right? I think Negasonic's really good with Daredevil, Cam. Someone earlier was saying you thought Teenage Warhead was very bad. Have you played her with Daredevil at all? I submitted a Daredevil Warhead deck as my second deck for the tournament. I think it's very reasonable. Well, Gambit is a little bit less good than we'd like him to be. Doc Ock is really good against us. Can we get another Doc Ock deck? Is Big Sad. We need our cards in our hand, champ. Yeah, I think Daredevil's a great card in general. Agree with that. It's a damn shame that Khalid Wig were waived and she can't guaranteed hit the swarm here. Unlucky. I think I have to take the chance to hit Swarm there. So, one of the things that I've liked about Teenage Warhead KM Best is that Teenage Warhead is a card that works well with Daredevil and also works well post-Storm. So she kind of like gives you, covers both of those bases. We're not gambiting the Wolverine Nimrod deck.
Escaped.
We could also just be getting Galactus here because of New York. Just a lot of reasons to leave. Should I stay or should I go now? See, actual freebie, do they leave on the peak snap? That was a free did the peak beat you check. Faustus! I don't know. Thought it was funny? I don't know. I just like, you could untime them out if you'd like, KM Best, if you thought it was funny. In general, I like to stay away from comments like that here. It was directed at you though, so you may direct as you choose. This is like 50% to be kind of bad. I think my hand is bad enough that I'm leaving. Though, one of the things when you're getting early staffed with this deck, if you don't have like Collector or Morbius, you generally speaking want to bounce. This hand is lovely. I can fix that, Red. Is Valkyrie worth it in the shop right now? I think Valkyrie is the third best Series 4 card in the game right now. I would put her behind Cosmo and behind, or sorry, I got Cosmo's man, behind Shuri and behind Darkhawk. I think she was actually one of the winners of this patch. I think Arrow getting hit made Valkyrie better. There's also less leech in the patch right now, which makes Valkyrie better. Hey, San, thank you for the prime. The two individual cards that I think gained the most from the balance changes were Storm and Valkyrie. Win this 50-50, Gambit. Come on, Gambit. Come on, Gambit. All right, I'll forgive you for murdering MODOK because you won the 50-50. I'm still disappointed, and we're gonna have to talk about it later, but you did at least murder their Cosmo. God, our hand would have been so good with MODOK too. We also just wouldn't have been able to play him into the Cosmo path, so we needed to do that, but it's a little sedge. Hey, what's going on, Seekid? Thanks for the third of the year. Yeah, I'm hoping I don't have to play my Teenage Warhead deck and we just get to sweep the finals, sweep the set or whatever. It would be ideal. Oh, there's Cerebro. That's fine. I can't Enchantress the middle anyways, right? No! Yeah, I wasn't thinking about what deck they were playing. You're totally right.
Escape.
Yeah, speaking of Valkyrie. All right, let's embarrass ourselves with the Warhead deck for a little bit, shall we? I'm gonna play some games with this and feel real embarrassed that we submitted it. We only played with this for like an hour. The turnaround time was really tight on submitting new deck lists. Yes, that's true. It's got Doctor Doom, She-Hulk, and Wave in it, so it can't be that bad, right? Wait, is there not Daredevil in this deck? Did I submit? I thought I had. Did I not have Daredevil? Maybe I'm thinking of a different deck. I don't remember. I don't remember what I submitted now. Now you're gonna make me go check. Hold on. Oh my God, did I pull a Dara, chat? I'm gonna tattle on Dara a little bit. Dara told me he originally had Zabu in his deck list and accidentally submitted a list without Zabu. I don't remember. Listen, chat, yesterday was a big, this is definitely the 12 cards I submitted for the tournament. Was it supposed to have Daredevil in it? I don't remember at this point. There's a possibility it was supposed to have Daredevil in it. I have no idea. Maybe it wasn't. And we'll never know. Teenage Warhead is very bad against the bounce deck. Jeff is so confident in the bounce deck, he submitted 12 random cards for this one. Turn 5 Wave is really good against the bounce deck, BT dubs. Yeah, honestly, we probably don't need Daredevil to make Warhead work in this deck. That's probably what Past Jeff was working on. That's right. We'll go with that. Past Jeff assumed that he didn't need Daredevil to know where to put the Warhead. That was Past Jeff's assumption. Well, like here, right? They can only play one card. So we Warhead here, we She-Hulk here. Boom, 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 on the nose.
Victory.
Is Warhead the new diet leader? She only covers one path though, right? Wouldn't this deck want Arrow too? So I almost had Arrow in the Doctor Doom slot. You just like, there's only room for like 3 really good late game top end things, and we're choosing to play Warhead, Shang-Chi, and Doctor Doom. I really wanted to play Warhead and Shang-Chi for the sake of trash canning Shuri. I think my bounce deck is a little bit weak into Shuri, so I wanted to make sure whatever I played as my second deck was able to have a good matchup there. Did you try Warhead on Invisible Woman? That sounds like way too much. Yeah, I think Arrow is fine here, but if you wanted to play Arrow and you're missing Warhead, that's the slot. But the nice thing that Warhead does in this deck is Warhead is good on turn 4 after Storm if you have priority. Am I goosing? We setting the goose loose? I can't decide. They might be a deck that doesn't care about it. Oh yeah, probably dead. Probably dead. Do I want to double wave? Probably. Okay, they have priority, and the opponent does get to play 2 cards here because of Sarah. Sarah lets them get around our geese. But I have a real spicy Shang here. And I want to play She-Hulk second to play around Arrow. We'd probably still die to Arrow plus a thing, but... Shang Cheezerson is really good here on the left. Is Doom better? I can't Doom and, Oh, we got him. I can't Doom and Shang-Chi. My second card can only be She-Hulk.
Victory.
So, this is gonna sound a little bit odd to some of you, I think. But when I'm playing a deck in a tournament and I've submitted it for the tournament, I actually don't like to continue playing games with the deck because I think if you play any deck enough, you'll hit a string of bad beats with it at some point to make you feel frustrated with it and just be like, I'm so off this. So like once I'm locked into, yeah, this is it, we made a choice, you'll note that like I haven't been playing a ton of Bounce either, and it's kind of for that reason. I want to feel good about the deck going into the tournament. And like, there's definitely merit to like practicing with it more. But yeah. All right, I'm planning to stream for another hour or 2 today, but it's time for our hourly ad break. Non-subs, I'll see you in 2 minutes. We're gonna play something else a little bit when we get back. Stand up, stretch the legs out. No way, bro, Sif. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate the support. What does the bounce deck do, chat? It uses Beast and Falcon to send cards to and from your hand. Check it out on the YouTube channel for a full breakdown. We've played that one a bunch in the past. Do we get a little spicy for a little bit? Is this one too hot for chat or just hot enough? What do we think? Don't forget Quinjet, of course, Cash. I think Hitmonkey is going to be really sweet. I'm looking forward to rebuilding different variations of Bounce with Hitmonkey and Kitty Pride. I think there's a good chance that, like, you know, 2 weeks from now after Hitmonkey and Kitty Pride are out, the Bounce deck looks very different. No Zabu in negative. I don't like Zabu in regular negative, but there's literally a Zabu in this build right there. What about stature? I built a stature deck last night, chat. Where is it? I built this. If you want, where is Jeff gonna start with stature? Probably tomorrow, this. Or maybe today, I don't know. We're gonna do one, maybe two more decks today. We're gonna start with this negative doll though, I think. So the big thing that you're gonna want to be aware of with Hitmonkey is that you need to know with Hitmonkey, I think, when you need to set up to play it on turn 4 or 5. The best Hitmonkey decks will likely be ones that can play out a 4 to 8 power Hitmonkey on turns 4 and 5, so that way you can play around the hate cards. And like, Bast into Mysterio plus Hitmonkey is like a pile of stats, right? Like, you Bast Hitmonkey and you play Mysterio with it, and it's 18 stats for 4 resources. Like, that sounds great, and it gets under even Electro Sandman. Shadows, thanks for the 3rd of a year, welcome back. You know what? At the risk of starting a discussion about balance changes to cards, I heard an incredible recommendation for Sandman the other day that I absolutely loved. Instead of Sandman saying players can only play 1 card per turn, I think it would be neat if Sandman just said cards cost what they originally cost, and that can't change. So there was no increases or decreases, just everything had its base cost. It feels like that would solve what the Sandman design is looking to solve without being just like this incredibly strangling toxic hate card occasionally. Card cost can't be modified. Yeah, I don't know how you'd word it or template it, but that would be like what the effect would do. I think that would be reasonable. This is probably just a Shuri Nimrod curve game, huh? We'll see what we draw. Yeah, looks like a Shuri Nimrod game. I don't know how I feel about this deck only having one way to blow up Nimrod other than Zola. I guess if we hit Zola here, we're 50%. Okay, sweet. If we draw Zola here, we're in a good spot. It's 1 in 5 or whatever. Hey, Rune Walker, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Shadows, thank you for the 3rd of a year. No way, Brosif. No way with the brand new Prime. And Honey TTV, thanks for the 1/4 of a year. I think we're probably dead here, right? I think we win most of the time. If you had to choose to pick up one Series 3 card for your season pickup, which one do you recommend? The answer to that question kind of depends on what else your collection has in it. So if you're brand new to Series 3, I might wait a little bit towards the end of the season before it resets and see what other Series 3 cards you open organically. But then you also have to wait for them to cycle through the shop. I don't know, it's tough. If you look back on my YouTube channel, there's a generic Series 3 tier list that it's mostly in date. There's gonna be a few cards that move with the changes, but not a ton. That's a Zabu. I want to spread my cards out left and right because Luke's bar is going to end up somewhere else here in a second. All right, there is a chance that this deck burns out quickly and we do get to another thing today. So far, not so good. Yeah, we tried a different negative null deck the other day, and it blazed out kind of quickly. Giving this another shot, but look a little oof related. Our two routes to victory with this are basically negative into silly negative things or Shuri into Nimrod into Zola. Alright.
Victory.
I finally had a hand that did something, opponent. I finally had a hand that did something. The cheater bots know we're too good, chat. They don't want to give us free cubes. That's a snap if I ever saw one. Turn 3 negative into the bar with no name? Yes, please. This is going over here. This could be another bar with no name. Well,
Opponent snapped.
what if we Zola the negative? Yeah, that's technically a play. $10, $17. They're gonna input on here, right? I think they're gonna input on to the right. Yeah, it's a real shame we didn't draw Iron Man. That would have been better, but Darkhawk isn't terrible. fucking sniped. What an asshole. Gamers. Slim Shady, guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Do 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 pew 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 pew. Almost positive. Thank you for the 33. Sick lizard split. Rainbow Kirby's with the gold background. It's an S tier split right there, chat. What is my music genre of choice? Mid to late 2000s punk pop. Paramore, Fall Out Boy, Green Day, etc. Come on, Wanda! Seriously? Damn it, Wanda! At least our rocks are free. That's true, you know. Gaze upon your wasps, for they are mighty. Look at that. Look at that negative Nimrod lad, chat. That's fine. We're going to draw Darkhawk, and he's huge. We're going to draw an absolutely massive hawk. We'll play the rock on the left to keep him honest. This is pretty much the worst negative of all time. Look at that negative Nimrod is what kids used to say about me at school. Oof. Negative Shuri is kind of creepy looking. She's coming for you. Oh! Look at this glorious lad, chat. You see Glenn Jones answer about balancing negative something like, I basically never have to worry about something being broken with him. Take that, buff negative beamers. Yeah. Do you support the LGBTQAI plus community? Yes, we believe that all individuals deserve human rights here. You must not have been here for our punching Nazi speech earlier. Levin Nar, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Rats.
All systems go.
There's only 2 cards left in their deck, chat. Damn it. I mean, the Hawk's still 8 power, I guess. We could go Hawk into Iron Man. We could go, wait, is this more, what if we go Shuri into Hawk into Mystique? Now that's still not a lot, right? It's the same Shuri Venom doesn't work how we want it to. This is 11-22. Shuri into this is 4 into 8, 12, 15, 19. Are they Galactus? They could be Galactus, that's true. Is this the most? This is the most. They're leaving. Okay. No, Jubilee. Sorry, yeah, they Jubilee. Jubilee means no Galactus. That's true. Good call, good call, good call. Everything but the Jubilee could have been. And they were just a regular Electro Ramp. Good shouts from chat. Yeah, Jubilee's the, this is not Galactus.
I'm so sorry, Bonsanai. Did my strong, typical voice make you feel threatened? I promised I wasn't shouting at you. That's just how I speak. Does this make you feel better if I sit here and whisper sweet nothings into your ear? Is this how you prefer your Twitch streamers talk to you? Does this make you feel safe and secure?
Listen, chat, I have a $600 microphone set up. I gotta get some value out of it on occasion. Let a mod know if you need an adult. No judgment here, only understanding.
I am Iron Man.
I don't know. Our deck's not doing anything again, chat. Dude, do something.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, Jaeger, I wanna switch off with this one. Poor null negative. This deck was something. Let's try this. I was scrolling through untapped deck lists the other night. And this feels like a good one. Or looked like a good one based on the numbers. And this deck is playing a bunch of my favorite pet cards in it, so I felt obligated to try it. Angela, dodge the Karmartage, or the Icebox. That's great. This deck has a ton of my favorite variants in the game in it. Being Series 3 complete gets you about 1,000 additional tokens per month. So it's not a significant increase, but it's a non-zero increase. Now Storm Karbar to shut off Shuri. No, I don't think so. I think we snap them here, right? Because they're gonna Shuri the Karmartage, then we'll win the right with Professor X, and then the flooding closes up. Damn! Rip.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Remember when this was the most unfair card in Marvel Snap? Anyone remember that? This was the most unfair card in Marvel Snap? I need to move Nightcrawler so Captain Marvel could win the right. I guess we lose to like 2 little things. They have a lot of their little things in play already though. We got like 0 Titania. Doom. I don't think I play around Doom out of the Shuri deck most of the time. Two cards beat us. Doom's not a real card here, I don't think. Our rescue's going to 14 on the left, and then Captain Marvel has the freedom to jump around. Jump around, jump around, jump, do. Yes, priority means that Titania is scary for them, is accurate. Which is another one of their low-cost cards they could have.
Higher, further, faster, baby. Higher, further, faster, baby.
So again, end of game effects go in the order that the cards were revealed. So they revealed first, which means ours jumped second. So we won that game because they had priority going into turn 6. So their Marvel was like, hey, I can move to here to win. And then my Marvel was like, hey, I can move to here to win. Enough boosters to get this rescue to gold, do I? I don't. 14 short. Guess we'll play this here. I really don't like playing into Strange Academy. Spider-Man is noteworthy. Very good into Strange Academy. Gets to lock that up nicely. Mr. X could do the same depending on what they do. What did I do in the tournament? I am the lone undefeated in the upper bracket. There are 5 players in the lower bracket that have to sort themselves out to see who gets to challenge me in the grand finals. That's all playing out this weekend, and then there will be coverage of it next weekend on the 983 YouTube channel. Yeah, 983's in a lot of different card games over the years. I think looking at their YouTube channel, the most recent thing they did before Snap was mostly Flesh and Blood stuff. But they've done a few things, yeah. Do you plan to do an updated tier list soon? Yeah, Mark, I planning to put them together maybe for this weekend. If not this weekend, early next week.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
That where the first matches are. Yes. Yeah, if you check out my YouTube channel, I covered one of my own matches there, and then there's links to all of them in the video description. $20 is probably enough to win the left, I imagine. Lady Macbeth, thanks for the half a year, by the way. And Sam Red Panda Live, appreciate the 2 months. I think those were going on while I was doing the voice bit. Appreciate it. Yes, if you did not know that arrowing things doesn't trigger the locations, that means you haven't watched my weird Marvel Snap interactions that could lose you games video. I believe when you go to my YouTube channel, it's the default first one on the front page. It's like a 15-minute video that covers a lot of weird niche things like that that don't seem intuitive. I really need to get around to doing the installment 2 of that. I've got a giant list of weird little things like that that I need to get to. Do I have the math on holding gold for token bundles versus refreshing missions? That I talked about all of that and the economy in Marvel Snap in the bundle video this morning. What I guess? How good is Spider-Man in the current meta? I think Spider-Man and Daredevil and stuff like that are very reasonable into the Shuri deck. Being able to proactively control where Shuri can deploy their threats is a good way to combat it as an archetype. The Hoaglandia 1-5 across. It was a couple days ago, I think. We put it up there. Does Captain Marvel still jump when placed in the Dark Dimension? She will try to, yes. Works the way we wanted to. Oh, well, that's rude. Bad cat. You want Zabu in here? That could be okay. Rescue into Jones. I assume whoever put this together when I pulled it off was working with all Series 3 cards, because there's explicitly no 4 or 5s in here. But yeah, Zombie's probably fine. We have, what, 3 4-drops?
All systems go.
Captain Marvel could technically cover Stark Tower if they don't play here, which is nice. Oh my god. We lose to fucking Mitch McConnell in DC.
Baby.
My video games are supposed to be an escape from reality. Rip. Did you see the TLSG Sandman deck that has an 80% win rate? All right, call. Oh, the highest win rate Sandman deck on Untapped with a low game volume is 57%. What happens if I make a more reasonable game volume, like 200 plus? If I set the threshold at 200 plus and we sort by win rate, the highest win rate deck with Sandman is 57 with 580 games. Like this is like nearing a real sample size. But yeah, 80% is not a real number with any deck. Whatever your sample size in has got to be wickedly low, but this looks better than I was. If I'm being honest, this number is much higher than I was expecting when I pulled this up. It's still a far cry. It's a far cry from 80, but... Are those stats only from people who opt in? That is correct. And so, sampling bias is something that's important to talk about when you're looking at stats like that. And in my experience from other card games, when developers have given insights into their internal stats versus things like Untapped, where you're opt-in, is on average... people who are opting in to use a tracker like Untapped, if you're not familiar with Untapped, you can check it out here, tend to have a higher than the population average win rate. Meaning that anytime you look at stats, whether it's on Untapped or any other site that people are collecting data from trackers, the, like, real win rate is probably somewhere between, like, 2 and 5 percentage points lower than what you're seeing. So like, if I was like someone working at Second Dinner and I saw decks with like 57 and 58% win rates, that would be a red flag to me. However, me just looking at stats on something like Untapped and accounting for what's likely a bias there from the sample, I wouldn't really look at something on there and think, oh, this is problematic until it's like well north of 60. Most upvoted comment on the video is honestly really liking Arrow plus Sandman right now. I mean, I think Arrow plus Sandman is fine. It's kind of like Wave plus Sandman, right? Turn 5 Wave, or turn 5 Wave plus Arrow, I mean. I think Doc Ock is good. Doc Ock's an alright card. No! They got a Kingpin off the Triskelion? So I can't... That's not right. I wanted to move the other Nightcrawler here. Is there ever a world where this wins the game? Let's find out for a cube. When I play Doc Ock, he loses me the game every time, right? Their luck with the null negative deck much better than ours. Their luck with the null negative deck much better than ours.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. How would you buff Miles Morales to be able to compete in this meta? I would print Jeff the Shark. I am really looking forward to picking up Jeff the Shark and playing more Miles Morales. Is the Pro Bundle worth it for the tokens? I mean, if you've bought every other bundle that is available for tokens, then the Pro Bundle is the next best thing. But the Pro Bundle in general is a worse ratio of money to tokens than anything else you can buy. So Miles recently in Cerebro 5. Chat, Cerebro 5 is not a real deck.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Clear for takeoff.
Okay, I'm looking forward to a world where Shuri's less good, or Red Skull's less good, so we can play Cerebro again. Oh, I guess they had Sunspot, which made locking them out of the compound less good. I don't think this Doom ever wins the game. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Jeff. I think Jeff's gonna be a new format staple for 2-drops.
Escape.
Marvel has a shot. I don't think so. I don't think 13 covers the left. Isn't the Pro Bundle useful for getting Series 3 complete? Sure. It gets you 5 Series 3 cards, approximately. Thanks, Taser. What'd they discard? They discarded Moon Girl? Jeff the Shark hard counters Daredevil Dex and Professor X. Hard counter is a strong word. Seems like it'll be good there, though, yeah? Do I still play other games? Not on stream too often, but off stream every day.
Wind, aid my hand.
I have, not quite crippling addiction to anime characters and Genshin Impact. Play a little bit of that every day. It's a big hawk, chat. It's a big hawk. Is Thanos still good? Yes, definitely. Am I winning the left if I win the Baxter building? I am. Great. I get Shang-Chi'd though. Or a Zabu deck, so Shang is likely. It's interesting. Would Rescue actually be better if she went to a 4-4 or to an 8? She got 4 and 4. I feel like she might be. Close game. I don't have priority. Rescue goes up to a 9 before the cards flip up. It's like Rescue was designed in a lab to get Shang-Chi. It does feel that way. What game's my wife playing right now? She's also just playing Genshin at the moment. We'll probably mix in some Diablo 4 when that releases though in June. She was a big Diablo fan. Damn it, Bobby! We have Steam decks? No. We do most of our gaming on the PS5. I'm feeling this deck list. Might be over it. Stature? All right, the stature gamers have been very patient. It's about time for me to press the money button again. I'm gonna press the money button, non-subs. When we get back in 2 minutes, we're gonna play some stature. There are dozens of us. Got just like a small destroy sub theme. We've got some bouncy stuff going on. I don't know if the beast is probably bad. I might have I might enjoy playing beast a little bit too much. Maybe the beast is unnecessary. Hey, thanks, Cash Cash. I just wonder if there's like other things I should be playing at the bottom end here. Yeah, I mean, Beast is definitely good with Hitmonkey. I've seen other people playing Warhead and Galactus, but I really don't enjoy Galactus. I don't really have an opinion on cards in it. Beast and Iceman are the kind of suspect cards here when I put this together the other night. Honestly, Arrow might still be playable. Arrow's still pretty decent into Shuri. Then I think I want like one other bottom end card. Viper. I don't really like Viper when I have ways to blow up the hood. Like one drops. I don't want too many one drops that I want to play out proactively because you want to be able to Killmonger, right? It could just be like good things to play on curve. Yeah, like Polaris is just a good card. Let's Polaris and Arrow for now. We'll reserve our right to switch that around. Am I supposed to have Moon Knight, actually? Can I play Stature with just Black Bolt? I don't know that I can play Stature with just Black Bolt. Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? That's probably what we're supposed to be doing, right? Let's do this. It's been a while since I played Stature. Let's play Moon Knight and see if we could play Wolverine. That's a thought. Wolverine works with Moon Knight and also works with Carnage. That's adorable. Hey, Non-Linear, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. So, you can't play Colleen and Swarm inside of this deck with all of these other cheaper discard cards. If you're playing Colleen and Swarm, your number of other 2-drops needs to be very limited, and you really can't play ones.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Stupid desk. Oh my god, we lost our Killmonger. We still have a Carnage in our deck. Okay, I'm gonna play this over here. I'll play like this right here. Peel a Carnage. Do you need another 5-drop for turn 6 Stature plus 5-drop? No, we just play like other 1-drops along with it, right? Just like play out Titania and stuff.
Opponent snapped.
They discarded Galactus. LOL. Is my hand good enough to stay here? I think it is. Card. It's such a colossal waste of time. Just why are you here wasting my time, Mr. King? Why are you here wasting my time, Mr. King? Why does everybody hate Galactus so much? Is it the same hate towards control and magic? Galactus isn't a control deck. Galactus is a combo deck that operates on a different axis. The best description I heard of the Galactus deck is the Galactus deck is like you're playing checkers and someone walks over with a chainsaw and cuts the board in half and says you lose. That's essentially the Galactus experience. Like, you build your Marvel Snap deck to, like, play a game, and then the Galactus deck shows up and says, by the way, the rules are now different. Remember that? Nolan Demon's a shitter and we want to press the mute button on him. Most people, because other people ruin the game for us. This is not a good location for us. They're a Thanos deck, so I assume we're dead here. So, there's a big difference between a card like Thanos that changes the way you play the game and a card like Galactus that changes the way your opponent is forced to play the game. But DradDog, and this is like, I think your comment here, DradDog, is a completely nonsensical and ridiculous comparison. The idea that Galactus is comparable to Green Goblin and Hobgoblin is so fucking laughable. Like, it's an absurd comparison. Like, completely and entirely nonsensical. I believe we have died.
Escaped.
Yeah, Green Goblin and Hobgoblin, I can fill my own board spaces before my opponent has a chance to use them, and I can use things like Carnage and other stuff to blow them up after the fact, right? See, I actually don't find disrupting Galactus very satisfying. Because, like, when I disrupt Galactus, it's not like we go on to play this interesting game. Like, when you disrupt the Galactus deck, the game ends on the spot and they've lost. It's this very binary on-off switch. There's no deep or interesting gameplay to be found. It's just the thing happened or the thing didn't happen. It's like a non-game in one direction or the other. Cards like Sandman and Leech are a much lower comparison, or not quite the same, but yes, those cards tend to be fairly unsatisfying for somewhat similar reasons, and that they drastically change the way the game is played. I don't believe they are remotely on the same level as Galactus. Okay, so we do this. We take a coin flip on the Carnage versus the Stature here. Take a card out of their hand too. This is 14 on the right. Can I show you the best Thanos deck? I mean, we don't know what the best Thanos deck is after all the changes that happened recently. People are still trying to figure that out. Haha, got him. One of the nice things about this particular deck is the distinct lack of things that die to Shang-Chi. We have a bunch of things that get numbers, but none of them get up to 9, really. The increased collector's tokens for people that aren't Series 3 yet started this patch. It's active now if you're opening your reserves. Did I want to try Wolverine over Polaris? Did I want to try Wolverine over Polaris? Maybe? My gut says that's bad, but I also feel like I should play some games with that. I think so. I guess my comment to you, Dread Dog, is there's a difference between a card like Green Goblin and Hobgoblin and even like Shang-Chi that are disruptive and interact with my game plan, and something like Galactus that changes the entire rules of how the game is being played. Galactus isn't a disruptive card. It destroys 2/3 of the board and makes the game about something different than it was a second ago. So, when you first start out playing Marvel Snap PU, you will largely pair into other people that have similar collection levels and stuff. So once you start breaking in past collection level 600, you kind of hit the deep end of the pool, or 500 somewhere in there, where it'll get more challenging because you'll start playing against more experienced players and less computer AI opponents. With Black Bolt in hand, I'm just going to tuck Moon Knight into the Dark Dimension and plan to Black Bolt here to enable stature. Some demons here. You have an optimized disruption deck list that runs things like Viper, Debris, and Green Goblin. Yeah, I posted a deck highlights with that variation the last month. Dead Boy, I don't think the balance change it at all. Check the YouTube channel. How funny would it be if this is Galactus? Oh, it's just Nimrod. Well, shit. We're just dead to that, right? We're not playing any of the hard counters, so we're just dead here.
Escape.
The only deck that the balance changes hurt to the point that I wouldn't recommend playing it anymore is the She-Hulk double up. Shuri and Thanos are still both very good. Yes, I think there is a very reasonable argument to be made that the Shuri deck is better with the changes than it was before. I would agree with that. Yeah, the Quinjet change hurting a B tier deck more than Thanos is pretty big sad. Played any Darkhawk today? I don't think so, actually. So hopefully, what's our best draw? We want to draw Stature next turn, so that way we can Shang-Chi Titania Stature. So Mystique here, something dies to Shang-Chi, nice. How about a rock? There are some games where this wins. Just make sure the rock is the last card we play to play around Arrow. Great.
Victory.
I could see a reasonable argument for Angela being worse than Lizard in a lot of spots. Do not think that's an unreasonable thing to say.
This land can never be fully known.
Oh, I could have held the Wolverine to discard. Because my brain is bad, and he was a destroy card in my head. That's fine, we're not playing this anyways. Definitely should have held it. Weird World meant we're leaving anyways, but yeah, I should have held that, and then we could do this. Hey, thanks for the over 5 years, engineer. Welcome back. Angela has a small amount of synergy with Mysterio in this list, but that's probably not enough reason to keep playing her, honestly. Damn it, Bobby. Guess we'll do this and cut them off of more draws. Do I have a hot beverage of choice? Just hot chocolate like some kind of 5-year-old. I want to get priority here on the right, so that way when they play an accelerant this turn, we can Titania across in the center so they can't Galactus us. Oh, this doesn't get priority anyways because Mysterio is 0 until he flips up. That's awkward. Well, they didn't have an accelerant, so we're also technically losing on the right, which is unfortunate. Oh. I have seen the no space for M'Baku animation. There isn't really a good replacement for Darkhawk. I've seen some other people playing like Valkyrie in that slot, but without Hawk, your Korgs and your Black Widows become much worse, and the deck just kind of becomes different at that point if you're swapping all those out.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Escaped.
I'd buy that Angela's supposed to be Lizard here. There's like a fantasy world where you're like playing, what's it called? Like one drops into the Angela path that killmongering them, but I think that happens less often than we'd like to admit. One called the Wolverine Milky. He does look a little milky, doesn't he? I think I'm actually going to Nova in the center. Because we're a Shang-Chi deck, I don't ever really like to put more than one Hulk into Gamma Lab. Because however many they put into there, we'll just be able to... Shang-Chi them down later. In general, does Kang fit into any deck? I think the list of decks that Kang doesn't go in is short. Shit, win the Baxter building, win the game. I don't think I have time to hood again. I'll make some Gamma, I'll make some Hulks. As my Mysterio's gonna pop up back to my hand, so if I play Hood into the Luke's bar, I'm not gonna get a draw next turn. Is it inappropriate to ask how much one should expect to spend to have a collection like me? I've spent about 4,000 USD on Marvel Snap. It's worth noting that outside of a small number of exclusive cosmetics, though, most things you can get in Marvel Snap are freely available. So it's not like you're restricted out of getting the things that I have, if that makes sense. There's a small number of cosmetics that were cash only, but most of it you can just get over time. Yeah, there you also have to play a ton too. Yeah, I've got 1,000 hours into Marvel Snap. I think I'm just cartaging the right to get the most stats into the max. Really, like, obviously this is the real Mysterio we're eating, but I'm basically trading up a 4-power Mysterio for a 6-power Carnage. Do you foresee running out of collector's tokens and not being Series 5 complete? Not if I keep spending money. Yeah, our numbers just like aren't big enough here, right? They're going to get to play MODOK here again, which discards 2 cards, putting this to 12, so they'll be at 20. And then this will get to discard the Apocalypse, going to 20 as well, so they'll be at 40. I can play Stature here, and then I can Killmonger the Nova, giving +3, and then I can Demon, but that's only going to be 15, 21, 23, 29.
Escaped.
Don't we win the left and the middle? Baxter building has text chat. What did that mean? You need to spend enough to get around 4,500 tokens per week. If you haven't watched my video from this morning, I break down how much money it costs to get every single card in the month of April based on the bundles that they have released. I walk you through all the numbers and why it costs what I say it costs. So if you haven't had a chance to check that out, be sure to poke out over there for a breakdown of the bundle data mines and what it means for the Snap economy. Yeah, like the last 3 minutes of it is me talking through what it costs to stay collection complete for the month. Long story short, the snap economy still sucks. I really disagree with that. If I told a Magic the Gathering Arena player you could have half of all new cards that release for $10 a month, they'd look at you like you were crazy. They'd look at you like you were crazy. Like, no, that's not possible. And not a random half of your choice. It's kind of half of your choice, right? It's one season pass card that gets decided for you, and then one of your choice. We've skillfully drawn our Killmonger against the Ant-Man deck. Whoa, they didn't have any other ones in their hand? That's kind of weird. Hey, and Titania's a fun draw, so we'll do this. Actually, I may have been playing her. We have priority here, so playing her's probably not good. I don't know. As someone who has literally never opened a Series 5 card, I think having the primary means of getting Series 5 cards be collector's tokens seems fine. We should Killmonger the Titania to send a message. As long as this is an Ultron, we're good. The shop has always been the way you should expect to get Series 5 cards. It's designed that way from the start. That's a shift from Series 3, right? With Series 3, the token shop was never intended to be the primary way you get the cards. But with Series 4 and 5, the token shop is intended to be the primary way you get the cards. Have you never opened a Series 5 card because you buy them from the shop? No. Every time I open a collector's reserve, well, there have been a few reserves I was impatient and opened for credit, but most of the reserves I've opened, I had a Series 5 card that I was missing when I opened them. Like, I hold my reserves week to week, waiting for a new Series 5 card to release before I open them. It's typically what I do, so I explicitly have that 1 in 400 chance when I open them. Yikes. Yikes! Ain't enabling nobody.
Escaped.
What you're saying is payday is just around the corner. Something like that. Something like that. Marvel Snap conditioned me like a good little consumer. And dare I say, it almost feels weird when I don't break out my credit card and give it to Benjamin Brode every day anymore. It's like, this isn't right. Oh, careful with that, James. Is that a bot split? Oh, it is a bot split. Weird. Could be an early beta split. Nah, that's an angel. They're a bot. That's an angel. They're a bot. A bot split, for those at home, is gold or inked finishes without a border effect, or a border effect without a background finish, are splits that humans don't really have access to at the moment. So if you see that sitting across from you, that is typically indicative of a bot, as well as some kind of loose play, right? Like they declined to Killmonger their own Nova here. Oh my god, are we gonna lose to the Destroy bot that didn't Killmonger their own Nova? It might be time to shelve this one, folks. Poor Stature. Is there any hope on Untapped for Stature, chat? Has anybody else on the internet figured this out? It's funny. 0 average cubes, but almost a 60% win rate. Something Stance Economy does is not punish you for just not playing for a while, since you easily catch up with Series 3. You talked about before how that could hurt games. I actually disagree with that, Hickahuck. I think it does in fact create a system of feeling compelled to punish you. Because you're technically missing out on tokens all that time while you're playing. It's not like you come back and arbitrarily have a lot of tokens, so it's still pretty different than Snap System. Like, you being able to walk away from it is different than, like, the average case being able to walk away from it. Yeah, we played a little bit of that deck earlier. Jose? Whoa, that's a combination of cards. So we've got the Colleen Swarm with the Moon Knight, and we've also got a Ghost Rider here for when you Moon Knight or Colleen. That's a neat take. We haven't played Moon Girl with Stature in a little bit. We played some things that looked kind of similar to this at one point. We could try that again. Stature's a card that doesn't get discounted by Quinjet anyways. So Quinjet no longer discounting is this live for everyone? Yeah, so you need a premium subscription to get access to average cubes and win rates. Otherwise it shows you a lock, I believe. Yeah, you have to have a get premium, which is $4 a month to see these. But that is available for everyone. And they've told me I'm allowed to pull this up on stream when I want, because it advertises their product and what it does. We played some Moon Girl with Teenage Warhead yesterday. There'll definitely be a highlight of that up. I mean, there's gonna be a few Teenage Warhead highlights. We played her a few different ways. Let's try some Stature Moon Girl. Maybe that'll make me less sad. Did I gold on gold my Viper yet? I didn't gold on gold my Viper yet. There's a reason to do that. With the Hawk package? No, I think the Hawk package is probably too much. To set the lowest possible bar, Warhead seems like the best new tech card / Valk. Yeah, I think that's true. I think I'd be inclined to agree with that. Do I want Shang-Chi in here to be able to screw with what's it called? Shuri, maybe? Probably want some other 1s and 2s. Goose is probably still good in here. I don't think I want armor because I don't want to protect Shuri's stuff. I want proactive things that I can play early. Titania, yeah. She's a double up classic. I don't want Lizard. Lizard's not terrible. I don't know about Warhead. I want cards that I like want to play on curve, basically. No, you can't play She-Hulk and Stature in the same deck because Stature means that you want to play Black Bolt on 5. Shang's probably fine. Polaris could be fine. I think I want like one more 2. I want cheap cards, chat. I want cheap things that we can play out so we don't overfill our hand with Moon Knight. Hey, hello Q, good afternoon. I like Carnage or Debris. Chat, they nerfed Quinjet. Quinjet's really bad here. Quinjet's here for a lot of reasons. I think I was gonna play Lizard. Let's start here. Yeah, Scorpion could be okay in the Lizard slot as well. Yes. I think Quinjet was the card that got hit biggest in the nerf. It's probably still useful in like some Agent Coulson decks, but it's definitely not great. Worse than 8 what she used to be. I suppose the geese mean that I can't Black Bolt them twice, but that's probably fine. With the Dream Dimension, we're not doing that anyways. I snap them before they know they're losing the Super Flow. Mogwai's Stature build was like the Colleen Wing configuration with Swarm, right? Iceman, I think I want to Iceman into the Sinister London. It makes it harder for them to play left and right. They're snapping me back. They're also a Moon Girl deck. Interesting. Do I want to redraw, or do I want this for information next turn? Are there any redraws in my deck that are useful here? I don't think so. I think I just want the information next turn. So if you play King the turn you draw him, he draws another card the following turn. Okay, they passed. So this is, they're just a She-Hulk deck then, right? Hey, Big Dan Chaos, thanks for the 5 months of Prime, appreciate it. We are the time waster, chat. They're 18 here, 13, we're only going to 17. Can't do it, huh? We're dead to the double Hulk. Our goose locks us out of our own thing. We still win mid and right, do we? They go to 21 here, and we're at 7, 14, 20. No, we'd lose the right. We'd lose the left and right by 1. Hey, Zed, thanks for the 5 months. Appreciate it. We snap Hood to Viper in this house, chat. Real? Black Bolt. Black Bolt. Black Bolt was like the only draw in our deck that really let us leverage these extra energy. I guess I'll just play Stature out, because there's no guarantee we draw a discard card. Yeah, must be Patriot, the Sinisters, and... I'm supposed to play Black Bolt in the middle because we're up by the most there. Just let not play for all 3. Yeah, probably just supposed to go to plus 15 here. And then hope that the big house holds with whatever we draw next turn, like a Titania or something. This is where I would put my undo all action buttons if I had one.
I am Iron Man.
Just everybody's time before we retreat. All right, chat. Speaking of time, it is a little bit after 4 o'clock, it looks like here, so I'm going to go ahead and call it an afternoon. We've been live for 7 hours. If you didn't check out my bundle breakdown over on the YouTube channel, or my Mr. Negative highlight, I think is a pretty reasonably well-positioned deck. If you're going to check out Hopelandia Snap for that. I'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.-ish Central, again, to do it all over before taking off for the weekend. Hope everybody enjoys the rest of your Thursday, wherever you're at, and hopefully catch you around again real soon. Hey, Python, thanks for the 61 months. Appreciate it. Maxwell is a Hooklandia regular. Let's go ahead and give them a raid. Be kind and check them out. They are Marvel snapping as well. Peace, folks. How many credits can you get in a month? You get approximately 500 collection levels in a month, thereabouts.